Okay, so let's just start building our schema and see what are the things that we can have in our schema, right? So first of all, let's just come to the terminal. Let's make a new branch so that everything regarding the authentication and authorization that we are going to do in some subsequent parts, we will be able to club it. So we'll say git pull origin master. I guess everything is already up to date. Yes. Now we can do git checkout -b. We can say feature 4 auth. So now we are on a new branch, right? So this branch setup is ready, right? First of all, here I will just start my server. Okay, so the server has successfully started, right? And now we are on a new branch, right? On this branch, we are going to create a new schema file that is going to help us to set up our user. So what we have to do, we have to go to models. Let's make a new file, user.model.js, right? In this file, we'll be setting up our user. Okay. So first of all, we need to get mongoose. We'll say const mongoose is equals to require mongoose, right? This will help us to get mongoose. And now what we are going to do, we are going to create a new schema. We'll say const user schema is equals to new mongoose dot schema. And now inside the schema, we are going to put all the properties, right? So let's see. So the first thing is we can have an email of the user, right? Or first of all, let's take a name also. I didn't put it in the notes, but we can have a user name also. The type of this can be string, okay? And required will be true, right? So user has to give their username also, right? We can set a default because let's say when we are taking the user sign up, generally in the sign up forms we just have email ID and password. So depending on front end's use case to use case, we can just put some default value. If the front end is not mandatorily taking the user name, then we can put some default value. But for the timing, let's say that front end will always take the username. Then we are going to have an email. Okay, email is going to be interesting. For the timing, the type of the email is going to be string, of course, and required will be true. Okay, I'm first of all going to set up a basic schema. Then we are going to do more validations on it. Then we are going to have a password. The type of the password is again going to be string, and this is also going to be required true. Password is also required. Okay, then we are going to have something like user type. The type will be also string, right? And we can say this is also going to be always required true. But for this, we are going to set a default value as customer, right? We are going to have dedicated set of APIs using which someone can directly like enroll themselves as a client. But if somebody is just coming up for booking the movies, we don't need to do much more thing. We can just set up a basic default customer user type for them. It's kind of like a user role, whatever you can say, user type or user role also you can put here. Anything should work, right? Let's keep user role. And then we can say user status. So type will be string, required will be true, and we can say the default value will be already approved. Whenever somebody will sign up new, their status will be already approved. Later maybe we can like cancel their status or do something else. This is mainly because we will be having clients that maybe later don't work with us anymore. For created at and updated at, we can just pass another argument to this schema that is again going to an object that is going to put some options. So we can say timestamps. This is going to help us to get created at and updated at. And at last, what we are going to do, we'll just say, we'll first of all create a model. So we'll say const user is equals to mongoose.model. We'll create a user model, and the schema that we are going to pass is user schema. And at last we'll do module.exports user. Okay, this is going to be correct. Now this is quite a basic user schema, because we just have a username, we just have an email that is a string, email is always required, password is also required, and so on and so forth. But we can do a few things more. First of all, we can ask user to give an email always. For example, the user cannot put an invalid email, right? The formatting of the email should be correct, or the password should be of at least minimum 6 length or 8 length, something like this. So we can put some more validations for our user that is going to enhance the capabilities of our, I would say, application only. So let's just do that. Okay. So first of all, what we can say is the name of the user. So we can say that always every user should have a unique username. So we can have a property unique true. This will make sure that no two users have got same username. Okay. And then for the email also, we can have unique true. That is, no two users should have same email. Passwords can be same, roles can be same, status can be same. So this unique true property is going to make sure that every user has a different name and different email property. Okay, cool. Now for password, we can give one more property, that is min length. That is going to be 10, right? So that every password is going to be of minimum 10 length, right? And apart from this, we can do a few more things. So let's try to validate email. In order to validate email, we can do few more things. For example, we can say we can have a property match. What this match property will do is it will take an array as an argument, and it will be having two values. The first value will be a regular expression. So whenever somebody will put an email, it will validate the fact that whether the email is following that regular expression or not. Regular expression, you can say, is a generalized expression. So for every email we have a regular expression. It matches a particular regular expression. If a string is not matching the email regular expression, then it's not an email. So I can just directly bring that regular expression for you guys. Right, so it takes this regular expression. So the regular expression looks like this. And the second argument is going to be the message. In case if it fails, then what message you have to show. So you can say, please fill a valid email, right? This can be a good thing to go for, right? And apart from this, we can have a property lowercase, that email should be around lowercase. So lowercase true, always it should be lowercase. Unique we have already added, right? And we can say let's trim it so that any trailing white spaces and everything should get trimmed. And this can be a very good validation to go for. So whenever the user will send us an email and that email will not match this regular expression, or you can say it is not an actual email, because every email will validate this regular expression. If you want to understand what this regular expression says, then technically it is just saying that before @ you can have any string, but after @ you should definitely have a dot, and before that there should be some string, and after dot there should be some string, and so on and so forth. Like, you can see how to read a regular expression, but generally it is already created for us on the internet, so you can just bring it on. So this email validation can be there, right? And I believe this should be it. Password, I believe minimum length should be 6, let's not keep it 10. Minimum length should be 6, required is true, and most of the things look fine, right? So we have successfully created our user schema. If there will be any error, we will see when we are creating. Let's see the terminal if everything looks good. Yes, everything looks good. Let's just quickly commit this. So we can say git add all, git commit -m, added user schema, right? So this commit we have added. So you can see during this commit we were able to understand some new things around validations, that how can we match regular expressions and all, right? Now sometimes there can be a case that you want to give custom messaging. right? You want to give custom messaging that whenever let's say a particular thing is uh, validated, then everything should go forward. But if something is not going in the correct form, then we should show some custom messaging. That thing also we just did here, right? That thing also we just did here. So you can do more custom messagings around the corner, maybe for password, maybe for user role, maybe for user status and other things. So for the timing, I'm just pushing this code. So we'll say git push origin feature for auth, and that's it. So we have successfully implemented our user model. The whole schema we have successfully implemented. In the previous few parts, we have already created our user schema. We were able to successfully create a user schema and correspondingly just create a model out of it as well, right? Now in this part, we are going to start writing the API that is going to help us to register a user, right? That is going to be really very important, and that is going to actually use this user model as well, right? Before we actually see the signature, let's just create few files that is going to help us to actually write the sign up flow, right? So in the controllers, I'm going to make a new file. This file, you can write it as user.controller.js or auth.controller.js, anything you want. You can, for the timing, I'm keeping auth.controller.js. We need one of these files. For services, I'm just creating user.service.js. Okay, and in the routes, we are going to make a new file auth.routes.js. Okay, for the naming, these should be the use cases. So these three files will be there. We are going to write a service. We are going to call that service in the controller, and whenever we will hit a route, we will route it to a corresponding controller. But before moving ahead, let's just see what will be the overall signature of the API that we are going to send. So we want to create an API. We need to create an API to register a new user on our platform. Register a new user on our platform. For this, the route of the API will look something like /mba /API /v1 /auth /sign up. You can write sign up or register anything. This can be the route. The type of the request is going to be a post request because we are going to create a new entry on the database, so some resource change is going to occur. Then we are going to have a request body because you can see it's a post request, right? So whatever data that we are going to send, we don't have anything in the route, right? Everything will be coming from the request body, right? So in the request body, we are going to have multiple parameters. For example, there will be the username of the user, there will be the email of the user, password of the user status, if we can send, and technically we should not get a user status from the front end, right? Instead we can get a user type sometimes. Okay, we can get a user type. Based on the user type, you can set the user status. This will be the request body, and in the response you can send the following parameter. There will be one parameter that is going to be success, that is going to tell you whether your API successfully completed or not. If it's successfully completed, it will be having a true parameter, otherwise a false parameter. There will be an error property. This is going to tell us that if like this property is going to be an empty object if there was no error and everything went absolutely fine. If there was some error that occurred during the API, then this error object is going to have the corresponding error value. Then we are going to have a data parameter which is going to be empty if some error occurred during our API execution. If not, then this data property is going to store the actual data that our API intended to return to the user. At last, we are going to have a message property. This will be a custom message, right? This will be a custom message that we will send back to the user depending on whether the API successfully completed itself or not. If it's successfully completed, then we'll be having kind of like a positive successful message. Otherwise, the message will be something like something went wrong or related to that. So this will be the overall signature of the API that we are going to write. Based on this route, this type of the route, this request body and this response, we are going to build a complete whole API. This API is actually going to help us to register the user on our platform. So all the front end has to do is just hit this route with this corresponding type and send this request body, and things will be done for them. They will be able to register the user. That being said, like having these API signature, now what we can do, we can move ahead and we can start the implementation of our API, right? So first of all, let's just go to the service, user service, right? First of all, we'll try to get the user model. So we'll say const user is equals to require. We'll go one folder back to models slash user.model, right? We are going to have module.exports. We are going to export a lot of functions. So let's set it up here. And we are going to write a function const.createUser. Okay. This is going to be an asynchronous function that is going to take some data parameters, right? We are going to bind it inside try catch. Here we can say console.log error. Okay. And we will throw the error. Cool. Looks fine. Right. Okay. Now what we have to do is in the try we can say const response is equals to await user dot create and the data that we are going to send, right? Based on this data, we are going to create a new user and then we are going to return the response, right? I'm correspondingly first of all creating a basic API so that we have basic setup ready. Later we'll add more validations like whether the user is already created or something around that, right? So we can export this create user function. Okay, this should be good. Now in the controller we should get our service. So user service is equals to require. We'll go one folder back, services slash user.service, and then we do module.exports because again we are going to export a lot of functions, so we need to return an object. And then here we can say const sign up. This will be an asynchronous function. This will get access to the HTTP request object and the HTTP response object. We will bind it inside a bunch of try catch. Okay. Now we need to get our success response body and error response body that we have already created in the utils. So we'll say const this require. Let's go one folder back to utils. Then we can say response body, and here we can get success response body and error response body, right? So these two response bodies we are going to get. If there is any error, we are going to say error response body dot error is equals to error, and then we can say return res dot status 500. We are assuming that this will be an internal server error dot json error response body. Otherwise we are just going to simply call our service. So we'll say await user service dot create user, and our data is going to come inside request body. So we'll say request dot body. We'll send the whole request body, and the moment we have the response with us, we can say success response body dot data is equals to response, and we can say success response body dot message successfully registered a user, and then we can say return rest.status 201, that is successfully created, .json success response body, right? So we just took all the data about the user and just send it to the service. We can export this sign up function here, and inside the routes, let's start preparing the routes. So first of all, we'll get the controller. So we'll say auth controller is equals to require. Let's go one folder back to controllers, auth.controller. Right, so we'll get first of all our controller with us. Then we are going to write a function routes. This is going to take an express app object as an argument, and we can say app.post. Let's mention the URL /mba /api /v1 /auth /signup, and then we can say auth controller dot signup. Right, we're going to navigate it to the signup, and then we can say module dot exports the routes function. So this route function is exported from here, and we have registered our route as a post request with the corresponding URL in the controller. All now we have to do is call this routes function in our server.js or index.js file, just like we have called for theater and movie routes. So let's get another route. So we'll say const auth routes is equals to require /route /auth.routes, and we can say auth routes app. Right, we are going to pass the express app. So we can say invoking auth routes. Okay, so now we have registered our auth routes as well. Let's just see if everything is working fine in the server. So server looks good for the time being, right? And let's say let's come here and let's start writing our API. So the URL looks like /mba /api /v1 /auth /sign. The request is going to be a post request, and inside the body, let's start sending the data. So we'll be first having an email. So this can be sanket@mba.com. We will be having a password field. So for the timing, let's say password is 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. This will be the password. The name, that is the user name. We can keep the name as Sanket MB. Let's just keep Sanket as the username, right? And apart from that, let's see in the schema. So we got password, name, email, role and status. Let's keep them a default value. Timestamp will already get created, so no issues on that part. Looks fine. This part looks fine. Let's just try to send it. Okay, there was some error. Let's see. Okay, I guess there is this issue with this JSON. Now let's send it. Okay, now we are able to successfully create the user, and if I go to the database, refresh, now we have users collection. In the users collection, we have a document this, right? So we are able to successfully register our users on the API, so we are able to store their data. So let's just quickly commit this. So git add all, git commit -m, added basic API for sign up, and git push. So we have successfully implemented a basic kind of like a CRUD only, because we are just creating the user. The thing is, there are multiple things that now we need to handle. First of all, the password of the user we are storing plain, but technically we should not store plain password, because the developers of our app will be able to see any user's password, and then they can log into their application. We should store hashed password or encrypted passwords. So we have to figure out how can we do that. Apart from that, what if somebody tries to create another user like this, right? If you send it, so you're getting 500 internal server error, right? And the problem is, you can see it's a validation error. Let's see duplicate key error, right? So we have to figure out that how can we handle these kind of errors, right? So multiple validation errors are there that we need to handle. Apart from this, let's send the password of very small value, send. You can see now this time the password is also having an issue, right? So as I said, there will be multiple issues that can come up if you send this and then send, then also there will be an error, right? So we will talk about it, and we will see that what is going on and what are the issues. But I hope the overall logic to create a basic CRUD for, not even CRUD, just a create API for creation of a new user is clear to everyone. Till now we have successfully implemented a basic register API. We implemented our user schema successfully. We implemented a basic service that is going to call the user model, the controller which is going to call the user service, the routes which is going to redirect our call to the controller, and that's it. We also registered the routes here. So basic, I would say, service is dead. Now we have to make some modifications to it. Let's see what all things we intend to do. So the first thing that we would like to do is, currently in our application, all the user entries have plain passwords stored into them, right? So currently we are having all the passwords stored in a plain fashion. For example, if you see the database, you can see the password was 1234567 and it is 1234567. So we are storing plain password. Instead, we would like to encrypt the password and store the encrypted password. We need to use this encrypted password only to I would say we would use this encrypted password only to sign in as well, right? So the flow will look something like this, that while you are going to register, right, while you are going to register into our application, you're going to give us mainly two parameters, your email and password. This email is going to be stored as it is, as the email only in the database, but the password is going to be stored as encrypted password, right? Now when the user needs to sign in, when the user needs to sign in, they will be again delivering their main email and the plain password only. What we have to do, we have to convert this convert password to encrypted password, right? So we will be converting password, converter, and then the email and the new password or converted password, we are going to match in the database, right? These two things we are going to match in the database. If you find the same entry, then we can successfully sign. So a basic flow I at least told you, but the major thing is we need to first of all convert this plain password to an encrypted password, because that is something very important. Apart from this, currently there are mandatory body params expected. For example, email, right? It's a mandatory password, like mandatory field that the front end definitely needs to provide us, right? Now, although in case not provided, the service throws an error. But it is a client side mistake. Because why it's a client side mistake? Because we have already defined our signature of the API. The API is expecting an email, password, username, all of these things. So it becomes mandatory for the like front end also to mandatory follow this, right? So technically it's a client side mistake. So we should show correct error messaging. We should show correct error messaging for this. This is one more improvement that we intend to do, right? And it is going to be quite important because always error messaging is something that we don't want to compromise on, because it eventually um, improves the experience of the user, right? The third thing is, currently, whether we are a customer or a client, the user gets auto approved. Why the user gets auto approved? Because we have a default value of the user status which is automatically approved. But we need to change the behavior. We need to change the behavior such that only customers get default approved, but admins and clients are pending. Right? So we need to set up a mechanism so that this pending situation, that whenever somebody will ask them to add as admin or maybe clients, their ID won't be getting approved automatically, because we have to see what they are here for, why they want to become an admin, are they having all the required capabilities for a client, and so on and so forth. So we need to by default keep them in a pending state, so we'll handle it very gracefully. So these three things are there. The first thing is we need to store the password in an encrypted fashion, and later when we will implement login or sign in, then we have to use the encrypted password only, although the user is going to give you the plain password. The second thing that we have is, so currently we have a lot of body params which are mandatory, but we are not keeping any check on that for client side mistakes, so we have to do that. And at last, every customer or client, like whosoever signs into the application, each one of them gets approved. You can even see this. If you will go to the schema, it's by default approved. If something is by default approved, then whosoever logs in, they are going to automatically get their ID approved, right? But we don't want to do that. When somebody just directly logs into Book My Show as a normal customer, their ID is approved, right? So we also want that when someone like normally signs up, their ID is approved like a customer. But if you have a client, or maybe there are few folks who wants to become the admin, in that case you might be giving away a lot of privileges, right? You might be giving a lot of features to them, so it makes sense to actually review who is asking for the corresponding status and why they are asking for that. It is going to help you to actually understand what is the agenda for the corresponding user, whether they want to list out movies or they are an internal employee. That's why they have kind of like or they need kind of like an admin role. So these three improvements we have to do, and these are we are going to do in the further upcoming set of parts. For each one of them, we are going to see what are the requirements, if we need any extra library or something to do it. So things are overall going to get exciting. So I hope the overall, I would say, improvements that we need to make in our current situation of user is clear to everyone. In the previous set of parts, we discussed three improvements that we need to do for the register API. We are going to do them step by step so that we are able to inculcate most of the features, right? The first thing is we will try to make sure that in our application, all the new entries which are having a plain password can get replaced by an encrypted password. So how to do this? So currently what happens is the user sends a request, right? This request is received at the controller, right? The controller will do some validations. We will add some validations later. But after the validation, passes on the request to the, and technically not even request, the body of the request body to the service. From the service, we actually make a call to the database to create user, right? We actually make a call to create a user. And then once DB DB creates a user, then what do? We return that user here, then we return that response here, and then we return that response from controller to the service. This is the current life cycle, how things work. Now the thing is, when we create a user, what do? We send the email, password, username, everything directly to the DB and execute the create query for the DB. Now the thing is, what we can do, we can try to modify things a bit so that we can, instead of storing a plain password, we can store encrypted password. So we need to devise a mechanism to convert the plain password to an encrypted password and then store it. So there are two things. That we need to do here. First thing is how to convert plain password to encrypted one. And the second thing that we need to take care about is when to do this conversion. Right. So these two things we mainly care about, that how can you convert the current plain password that the user is sending and convert it to an encrypted password, and when we will be doing this conversion in order to store it, right? So let's try to answer this. When we talk about when to do the conversion, so if we ask when to do the conversion, then we should do it before making an entry in the database, right? So before we actually go and insert the entry of the email, username, password, created at, updated at, status, and user role, before we actually execute the query to create this entry, we should try to update the plain password to an encrypted password, right? So how do we do it? So you might be getting an idea that maybe we can do it in a service, right? Because from the service we are calling the create function, right? Let me show you. So from the service only we are doing user.create and sending the data. So you might be thinking that maybe just before the service you can convert this data.password into an encrypted password. We'll try to see the mechanism, but somehow we'll do the encryption. This is one way. Definitely there is no problem with this way, but this is one way to do it. But this is not the most recommended practice. This is not the most recommended practice, right? So actually in database we have, like specifically with things like Mongo and all, we have something called as triggers. What is triggers? Triggers are actually life cycle actions. Life cycle actions. So when you like create an entry in the database or update an entry in the database or delete an entry, so this whole entry goes through a life cycle, that is before creation, after creation, before updation, after updation, before delete, after delete. So there exists a life cycle, that there is a state of the data before you delete it, then you execute the query, and then there is a state of the data after you delete it. Something like this. So what these triggers helps us to do is, triggers acts as action which will execute the logic written inside it, execute the logic written inside it before or after an action. For example, before delete or after delete, you can do something like this, right? So these are triggers. These are triggers. So if I show you an official kind of like a definition, right? So let's see this definition from IBM. So you can see trigger defines a set of actions that are performed in response to an insert, update or delete operation on a specified table. We are talking here in terms of table, but even in MongoDB for collection it exists. When such an SQL operation is executed, the trigger is said to have been activated. Triggers are optimal and are defined using create trigger statement for MySQL kind of thing. So whenever you create, read, delete, update, do anything, you can set some life cycle action that before you actually update it, execute these things. Once you have updated, like after you update it, then do all of these things. So this is how triggers helps us. Now having this thing in mind, I said one way is that in your service, before you actually call create function, here you can update. In line number 5, you can write the logic to convert the password, plain password, to hash password or encrypted password. But as I said, this is not the most recommended way. We can use something like triggers. Right, so let me show you how to define triggers in Mongoose. So these triggers are mentioned as middlewares only. Okay. Okay, not this one. Okay, so you can see there is a concept of this middlewares. Middlewares, also called as pre-post hooks. So in the world of Mongoose, these triggers are called as hooks. Okay, are functions which are passed control during execution of asynchronous function. Middleware is specified on the schema level and is useful for writing plugins. Right. Mongoose has 4 types of middleware: document middleware, model middleware, aggregate middleware, and query middleware. We are going to focus something like this. Something like this, which are kind of like model middlewares. So you can see model middlewares, there are something like pre, post or something. So pre means before, post means after. So whenever, let's say you want to do something like before you save, so schema, whatever schema you prepared, dot pre, there is a function pre that takes the first argument as the action that you want to like put this hook or put this trigger on, and then a callback function defining the action. right? They have, oh, see here we have for remove also. Let's after remove, that's why schema.post, after once you have removed, you can pass a callback, right? And let's see, same thing here as well. So these are the things that will help us to actually implement triggers. Now what we will do is, using triggers in our user schema, we are going to register that before we actually save a user, convert the plain password to a encrypted password. So we can set up a hook slash trigger on user schema such that before we save any user document, a hook should execute right, a hook should execute just before the save, right, just before the save. So you can set up a hook in your schema, and that hook will get executed during its lifecycle, whatever lifecycle you have mentioned. So let's say user schema dot pre. So before you actually execute everything, whatever we have written in the user schema, in that kind of a case, this thing can help. Even you have a post that is after, so maybe after you have created an object, in that case you can do this triggers or hooks. So hooks and triggers are really very important and will like enhance our functionality, because currently, as I said, you can definitely create a new line and update this data object to data.password and use the new password. We'll see how to convert that logic, plain logic, to encrypted password. But the thing is, you have to somehow make sure that now later when let's say somewhere else also you have to encrypt a password, then you will write the same logic there also, just whatever you're going to write above response, in order to convert your plain password to that encrypted password, you have to write some more line of code. And let's say if the same requirement comes again, then you have to write all of that again. So these kind of hooks and triggers are going to help us in order to make sure that we have a cleaner code, and this code is consistent for all the user models whosoever have I would say whosoever are using it. So that's why instead of writing everything to convert plain password to encrypted password, we are not doing in law number 5445. Instead, we are let's say directly going to register a hook or register a trigger inside our user schema. Right. Now we know that there can be a hook that can be used in order to register user schema. Now what about encryption? Like from plain password, we should have a mechanism so that when you exit the plain password, you have encrypted password. And encrypted password can also get converted into plain pass. That maybe something you can try. But for the time being, we have to just make sure that this plain pass always gets converted to the encrypted pass, so that the first time you are making an entry in the Mongo, it should get reflected. Right. This is going to be one part. Secondly, from encrypted to plain, if you want to come encrypted to plain, then also we can do it. We can check that whether the encrypted password is made of a password which is written here. Right. Okay. Cool. So this is going to be how to convert plain password to encrypted password. All you do, we'll be using some library. I'll show you the library using which we can get this encrypted password. If you want to go from encrypted password to plain password, so you can check whether the text using which we created this encrypted password, right, whatever text we have in this encrypted password. Now from that text, you can like compare that text to this um, plain password. If after the there will be a dedicated compare function, or you can say that just convert plain password also in a hash, and then maybe just compare it. So these two kind of things we are going to do, right? We are going to see that how to set up a hook so that we can save the state, or let's say do some action before the execution of a query and after the execution of the query. Here, before the execution of the query, we have to make sure that the password gets converted to an encrypted form. This is going to be something important. Later, when we will be doing sign in that case, we will be completing this encrypted password to the plain password journey. Right. Now, that being said, we now have some context. Let's just try to do the coding implementation so that you can get a better hang of what is going on. Right. In the coding implementation, we have to just go step by step. We will first of all set up the trigger. I'll show you the syntax also, so don't worry. Syntax is not something that we want to just learn, so don't worry on that part. So I'll be showing you the syntax to register a trigger, do some actions, convert your like values, do anything, right? And these triggers can be before the execution of the query or after the execution, so that is also right. So let's just try to start so now let's just see that how can we implement these triggers. We can use the pre and post functions about which we already discussed. These functions can be implemented on the schema directly, right? So let's just see. So what we can do is let's come to the code base. Okay. Let's open the user model.js. So this is our user model. We have this user schema. From this schema, we are creating the model. Now, before we actually create the model, what we can do, we can put a trigger. We can say that user schema dot pre means before, and then the method that is going to be is save. Before you actually save a new user entry, we are going to execute a callback, right? And if you see the syntax, you can see we can pass a callback function like this, right? At any point of time, you can have this callback function, right? Now, generally, if you have to implement this callback function takes the next parameter, because we are implementing middlewares only, right? These are actually like middlewares only. So this next will be the access to the next middleware. Okay. Now the thing is, this is how we can implement a trigger to encrypt the plain password before saving the user. Okay. Now, how to encrypt it, right? So for encryption, you might need some encryption algorithm. Now, this is not like recommended that you start writing your own algorithm. So for this, we have a new npm package, or you can say a JS library called as bcrypt. You can search for bcrypt npm, and inside bcrypt you get the access to the bcrypt algorithm, right? So if you talk about the bcrypt algorithm, let's go to Wikipedia. Bcrypt is a password hashing function designed by Niels Provost, right? So it's kind of like a password hashing function only. So whenever we have to hash a password, it makes sense to use bcrypt. And it's very easy to use bcrypt. If you want to just use bcrypt, just install it. And then you can say bcrypt.hash. You can pass your plain text. You can pass the salt round. Salts are, you can say, the added, you can say, value that helps us, like it is a part of the algorithm, right? So we need to pass some salt. And then there is this callback. So we can just use this dot hash function in order to hash a value. And when you have to compare a value that, let's say, the given hash value and the plain text, is this hash value the hash of the plain text only or not, you can use the compare function. So it's like that easy to use. So let me just show you. Let's install bcrypt. So I'll just paste npm install bcrypt. Let's just wait. Okay, so the package is added here. Now let's just go to our user schema. Right, in the user schema, let's require the bcrypt package. So we have the bcrypt package now. Now here, what you can do is, you have to encrypt your plain password. So what you can say is, we'll say const user is equals to this. Now this is going to point to the calling context, right? And here it is the user schema. So from the user schema, whatever user you are going to get, this is going to point to the corresponding user. That means the new user entry that you have been given, this is going to point to that particular new entry object. Now what we can do, we can create a hash using bcrypt.hash function, right? You can pass this dot password and then rounds of salt, right? You can use this promise based syntax, and then you can say this dot password is equals to hash. So whatever hash you created, you can just update your password to be that hash, and then you can call the next middleware. Technically the next middleware will actually now make an entry. So what you are doing is, let's see, so I'll make some console.log. So let's do console.log user, then let's do console.log hash, and then console.log this. Okay, so here also you can do console.log this only. So what we are doing, we are getting a user, right? And let's not even get a user, like this should be fine, right? We are getting this user object. On this user object we are having this password, so let's just put the password and hash it. You will get the hash value, and then update the password from the object equal to the hash, so the plain password will be gone, and in the password field you will be storing this encrypted hash, and then you will call the next middleware, which is actually going to make an entry. So the server has started again. Now let's do one thing, let's change few things. I'm making a new user entry. Let's send the request. Okay, now can you see that the password is no more a plain password? The password is no more a plain password. If you refresh, in the first entry there was the password stored at the plain password, but now it is stored as this encrypted string. Now if you will look at the string, you won't be able to decipher, okay, what is going on, what is this password all about, right? So you can see we are calling insert one, and we have already converted the password. See, the password that we are sending is already converted, and you have three console.logs, right? So in the first console.log we are actually getting the object. This is the object that will get created, right, inside the entry. Then this is the hash, and you can see in the object initially password was plain, now the password is equal to the hash value, and then you will execute this mongoose query. So technically we have successfully encrypted our password, right? Encryption of the password is done, right? Okay, now this is the part where you are able to encrypt the password. For encryption you have used the pre function, that is before a new user is saved you are going to encrypt the password. Now we need to sometimes validate the password also, because later we will be implementing login login functionality. There we have to implement the I would say check password or is valid password. In those kind of cases we can just use this compare function, right? I'm not going to write that now, but later when we will be implementing the sign in or login APIs, then we can use this compare function, right? So this compare logic can work there. So technically now we have successfully set up a basic thing where we are able to set our passwords in an encrypted fashion, right? Okay, so let's see if we are left with anything. We are able to convert it, we are able to save it, right? And I believe this should be done, this should be good, right? Okay, so let me make a commit. I believe this should be good. Let's make a commit. Encrypted plain passwords during register. Okay, so the commit is here, right? And we can say git push. So we have pushed the code as well, right? So our encryption part is done. Now the second thing that we wanted to do was, we need to make sure that whenever we are sending the body, we are sending all the required fields. So email, password and name, these three fields should be always present, right? So let's come to the notes. So we can say that currently there are mandatory body params expected, for example, email. Although in case the server it is not provided, our server is throwing an error. For example, let's say you don't send the name. Okay, my bad. You can say path name is required, right? Validator error you are getting, but you are getting it as an internal server error, right? We need to resolve this so that we don't get internal server error, because it's an issue from the client side. The client is making this issue, the client is not sending the correct request, so we need to modify it, right? So in order to modify this, we will be writing a middleware in the upcoming set of parts, right? That will be our major concern. And we will also see that how we can handle errors more gracefully here, because we have to write a client-side error for this. That being said, I hope you guys the logic of using hooks and triggers in your code so that you can implement something like this. We are going to meet soon in the next set of parts where we will complete the registration with as I would say best practices as possible. Started the implementation for the registration API, right? We already implemented the register API. You can see here the sign up API is already done. We were making some amendments and some feature changes around the API so that we can implement it in a more cleaner fashion and handle more corner cases, right? So in this part, what we are going to do, we are going to handle the controller. In the controller, we are accepting the data from the request body. Now the thing is, if you will take a look at the user model, then inside the user model, the name property, the email property, and the password property, all the three properties are required. The other properties are also required, but they do have default value. So even if you don't send it, it will automatically get some default value. Now the thing is, for name, email, and password, if you don't send it, you are getting a 500 internal server error. That should not be the case, right? So we need to handle it more gracefully so that we can handle it as a client-side error. So let's just see how can we do this. So whenever the user is going to make a request, we have already done this thing multiple times. So whenever the user is going to make an HTTP request, before we hit the controller, we can actually hit a layer before the controller, that are the layer of middlewares. So what we can do, we can write a validator. We can write a validator middleware that can validate the request and then only send it to the controller. If the request is not validated, it will send the request back as 400 bad request, right? So this middleware we can implement, and we have already implemented middlewares multiple times. If you go to the middlewares folder, you can see here, right? The middlewares were implemented multiple times and we are quite used to it, right? It's not something that we are doing for the very first time. Okay, so now let's see what we can do is let's create a new middleware, right? So let's create a new middleware. So we can say auth dot middlewares .js. Okay, so this auth middleware is going to help us. So what we can do is we can say module dot exports. We are going to return multiple set of middleware. So let's have an object. We can say const validate auth request, right? We can say await. It will get the access to the HTTP request object. It will get the access to the HTTP response object and access to the next middleware. So we'll say that if not request.body.name, right? Let's do one thing. Let's get our error response. So const is equals to require response body. Okay, and here it should be error response body. Okay, cool. So now let's see, do we have any error? We were expecting a semicolon somewhere. Let's see. Oh, sorry, this should be async. It's not a wait, it's async. Okay. Now what we can say is that if the body.name is not present, we can say error response.body.message. Let's say .error. Let's see what are we doing in the other middlewares. We are setting the error. So let's say .error is equals to name of the user and this should be validate sign up request. Name of the user not present in the request. And then we can say return rest.status 400, that's a bad request .json error response body. Okay, so this will help us to validate name of the user. Then we will write another if check to validate let's see, email of the user. So we can say if not request.body.email, that is email is not present, we can say error response body dot error is equals to email of the user not present in the request. And then we can say return rest.status 400.json error response body. And then we can say validate password presence of the user. That is, we are just going to detect whether the password is given or not. So we can say if not request.body.password, then we can say error response body dot error is equals to password of the user not present in the request. And we can say return rest.status 400.json error response body. If all of these things like all of these if checks, none of them got executed, that means request is valid, we'll just call the next middleware and that's it. That should be it. So we can export it from here. So we'll say validate sign up request, and what we can do, we can go to our auth routes, we can say const auth middleware is equals to require middleware slash auth dot middlewares, and before we actually move to the controller sign up function, we'll say auth middleware dot validate sign up request. Right, with this thing in place, like before we hit the controller, we are going to hit this middleware, and if any of the properties of the expected request body is not present, we are going to return an error, otherwise not. So let's see in this case. So if you will send it, now you can see we are getting 400 bad requests and something went wrong, name of the user is not present. Right, so now we are able to handle the request properly and things should look fine. You can say debug. Right, if you send the request, sorry, there was a comma missing, and you can see we are able to create a new object as well. So both of the things are working fine. Right, looks good. Okay, now apart from this, we can also have some validation errors. Right, these validation errors we have seen previously as well. Right, in these kind of validation errors, let's say if the password length is not matching, for example, this is the case. If you send it, you can see this error is coming as password is shorter than minimum length, and you are getting 500 internal server error. Although this is again a client side error, it's something that should be handled in a separate way. It should be 422. So we need to handle these things as well. Previously, if you will see all the service code, at any point of time, if we have any error, we return an object containing this error, right? This is not the best practice, and in the upcoming set of videos, we are going to clean up the previous services. What we can do, we can start preparing the user service in the best possible manner, right? So let's see some cases that can occur in our code and see what are the responses that we are getting. Okay, so we'll say console.log response. Okay, so let's send the request again and see the logs. Okay, so in the logs we are directly getting error, user validation error, right? At validation error, that means we are detecting a validation error. So we can say that if error dot name is a validation error, right? If it is a validation error, then first of all we'll say console.log error.name. Let's see that again. If you send the request, we are getting validation error printed, right? So we are detecting a validation error. And for validation errors, we have already done things previously. So we can prepare a error response object. In this error response object, what we can do is we can iterate on the error, right? So this error has a property errors, error.errors, which is a key value pair. Errors is an object of key value pairs. On this object, we are going to iterate over all the keys of this object, right? So all the keys will be stored in an array, so we can use for each. And then for each key, what we are going to do, we are going to fill that entry in this error response object. So this key is actually the property name, and then we can say this should be equal to error.errors of key.message, right? In this way, we will be able to iterate over all the properties which are throwing an error, and we'll get a message for them. Previously, what we were doing, we were returning the error object like this and a code like this. But instead of doing this, let's do one thing, right? Let's throw the object. Instead of returning the object, let's throw the object, and let's throw the code as 422. Let's see what do we receive in the model, controller. So let's go to the auth controller. Inside the auth controller, let's do console.log error, right? So if you send the request again, you can see, although we are getting things in a much better fashion now, right? Let's see the logs. In the logs, you can see now we are getting this error object, right? So when we throw this error object from the service, we are receiving this error object directly in catch. Try should be only the code that can create an error. We should not handle errors there. So now what we can do is, if this error has got a error parameter, then we can say error response body dot error is equals to error dot error, and we can say return rest dot status error dot code, whatever error code we are sending from the backend, that is the service dot JSON error response body. So in this way, you can see, if you will compare this controller with other controllers, in other controllers, we are handling these errors inside the try block, but technically catch block is the block where every error should be handled. So from the service layer only, if you, instead of returning a normal object, if you will throw that object will be caught as an error, and we can then handle it here, right? If you are not having any service, like any specific error, then we are going to say it, so it was a internal server error, and whatever error we have got, we are going to send it. Now if you will check, if you send it again, now you can see you are getting 422 unprocessable entity, and this time the error is password is shorter than the minimum allowed length. This is something really good, right? So we have successfully implemented not only client-side error, but even if in the validation service logic we are getting some issues, then we can even handle it, right? Now let's do one thing. Let's see few more corner cases. For example, right, let's do one thing. Let's try this. We have some caps. Let's see what is the response that we get. 201 created, and you can see even if you send a caps email, you're going to make it small. That's something really good. So if you go to user model, this lowercase true is going to help you with that. So all of these things are going to help us, right? So we have successfully done the validation. Let's uh, put a quick commit. Let's see if we are doing unnecessary console.logs. So let's remove this console.log. We can have a console.log here. Okay, let's commit this quickly. Git add all, git commit -m, added basic middlewares to auth. Right, we added basic middlewares, right? Git push, and we have successfully pushed our code. So later on in the next set of modules, we are going to handle all of the previous errors also, just like we handle it here by throwing the error. We are going to do that also there, because that will make our code even more cleaner and even more understandable. So that's going to be a really good part. we have completed our registration API, and now we are going to head towards the sign-in functionality, or you can say the login API. So first of all, we will try to understand the signature of the API. We'll see what the API has to do, and then we will slowly start building the API so that we can set up all the required methods, controllers, services, and everything for it. So let's just see. So first of all, let's talk about the route. What the route is going to look like. So route of the app is going to be /MBA /API /V1, because it's a movie booking app, API based route version 1 /auth /sign. Very similar route we wrote for sign up as well. If I show you, see MBA API V1 auth sign up. We are going to write MBA API V1 auth sign in for the login query. Okay. Now let's talk about what will be the request type, right? Now here also we are going to make changes because we have to first of all query and like with the username and the password. So we have to make sure that the request is going to be a post request because we are going to make changes with respect to the resource. So the type is going to be post, and you can also think that we are going to validate, right? We are not trying to get any information, we are not trying to update any information, so post request makes the most sense. In the request body, we are going to just expect an email, which is going to be a mandatory field, and a password. That's it. Email and a password. In the response body, we are again going to have parameters like success. That is going to tell us whether the API successfully hit and completed everything or not. So it will be a Boolean parameter. Then there will be an error parameter that is going to be an empty object if there was no error, but it will be having the error details if there was some error. Then there will be a data property that will be returning us the corresponding data. I'll talk about what this data property is going to store. And then there will be a custom messaging. So based on the fact whether we were able to successfully put through the code and like validate everything and everything went fine, based on that we'll be having a different message. But if something went wrong, we were not able to go through, then we'll be having a correspondingly different message. So we have to think about what kind of data we have to return. So let's discuss about this data. So we are expecting an API. We are expecting an API that can help us to authenticate a user based on their ID and password, email ID and password, you should write, based on their email ID and password, right? We are going to authenticate them, and if the credentials are correct, then we will return a unique token, which will be a JWT token, JSON web token, right? Unique token to the user or to the client. It is the duty of client to send that token in the later subsequent requests wherever authentication is required. So if the user is able to give us the correct email ID and password, we will generate a unique token for them and return that token. It will be the duty of the end user to store that token somewhere securely, send that token every time in the request. I will discuss how they are going to send it. Send that token every time in the request, wherever the API expects an authenticated user only to access. So there will be some APIs that will be only accessed by authenticated user. For example, booking a movie will be only done by an authenticated user. In that case, we are going to always expect the token to be received from the client. This is the expectation here. So now we know our task better. So let's try to segregate and bifurcate our task into small steps so that we can achieve it. So the first thing is, first of all, in the sign in API, we have to prepare a logic to compare the password sent by user, the password sent by user with the password, or I would say with the encrypted password stored in the database for the user, right? So let's say we verified that the email ID is already registered in our database, but we have to check whether the password that the user is giving us as an input in the request is that password same as the password that we have stored. Now in our database, we have stored an encrypted password. If it was not an encrypted password, then we could have just like matched the two strings, but it's an encrypted password. So what can we do? So the bcrypt library that we used in order to encrypt the password gives us a function compare. This compare function will expect a raw string and expects the encrypted string, and is going to compare that whether this raw plain string has the same encrypted form as the given encrypted string. The thing is, you have to also give the salt rounds that you use to encrypt it. Now the thing is when to compare it. So again, there can be two places. In the service, maybe you can directly do it, right? But this logic is very much coupled with the user model, right? It's a very coupled logic with the user model. So what we can do is we can prepare a procedure. Now, if you have some context around databases, so just like triggers, procedures are also a concept coming from databases. Procedures, you can assume that it's a function of data present in a database that we can use at any point of time. In Mongoose also, we can put procedures, right? So in the world of Mongoose, let me show you. So in Mongoose, you have something called as methods, right? Let me bring it. So Mongoose methods, right? Right. So if you do command F methods, you can see this. So instance methods, right? Instances of a modules are documents, right? We already know that because we are dealing with MongoDB. The collection has multiple documents. So one entry is actually a document. So instance of a modules are document. Document have their own built-in instance methods. And we may also define our custom document instance method. So what do you mean by instance method? For example, let's say we fetched a document, right? We did find by ID and we fetched a document. Let's say we fetched a user. On that user, we have function like update, user.update. So this is an instance method because we have a user object. That object we have a corresponding method. So that object is an instance of the user, right? Now we can also define like these methods like .update is like inbuilt with Mongoose, but we can define our own methods as well. And how can we do it? We can define it within the schema. So you can say animal schema dot methods, and then you can put the method name, and that's it. That can help us. So let's try to do this for compare password also, because this is going to be for a particular user. So once we fetch the user, we can just call the compare password function, so that the incoming password can be compared with the password, encrypted password stored with that user object. So what we can do is, let's close all of this. Let's close everything and let's open models. Let's go to user model. Okay, in the user model, just like how we prepared a trigger here, what we can do, we can say user schema dot methods, right? So it will be having some inbuilt methods, but we can register one more because this method is kind of like an object. So we can register a new entry in this object. Let's name that function as is valid password, right? And then we can have this as an asynchronous function, right? This asynchronous function will be taking a plain password parameter, right? And then what we can say is, let's say const current user is equals to this, and then we can say const compare is equals to await bcrypt dot compare, right? What we can compare, we can compare the plain password, we can compare the plain password with current user dot password, right? So let me show you the bcrypt doc. So bcrypt, right? Let's go to compare. You can see the plain text password, the hash password, and the callback. That's all you have to do. We are not having a callback based syntax, we are having a promise based syntax, and this compare is actually going to be a boolean. So we can just return compare, and that's it. So we can just write a quick doc. Input password given by user in sign in request, right? This is going to be an instance method for user to compare a password with the stored encrypted password. What does it returns? Boolean denoting whether passwords are same or not, right? This is what it is going to return. So we have successfully set up a basic is valid password method, right? Okay, having this, let's just first of all quickly commit this, because this can be a good checkpoint. So git add all, we can mention it as a feature that added input password comparison logic in sign in, for sign in, right? Currently we have not used it in sign in, so let's just wait for that. But this function we can just directly call for sign in, right? So this, I believe, is good progress for us. Now what we can do is, in the further upcoming set of parts, we can start writing the API. We already saw the signature, so we can just start implementation of this API, and we can use this is valid password function. We are also going to see that how we can return JWT tokens to the user. We are going to discuss things around that as well. Now we have to start the implementation of our API. We have already seen the signature, how the API is actually going to look like. So this is going to be the signature. In this signature, this data property that we were talking about, this data property is going to have the user details along with a JWT token. We'll discuss that how this JWT token we are going to build up. But for the time being, let's just start the implementation of the basic skeleton for the API. Right. So this time I'm going to start up with the routes. So let's go to auth routes, and I'm going to register a new route. app.post. The route will look like /mba/api/v1/auth/sign in, and we are going to set up a controller function auth controller dot sign in. Currently we don't have this function, so let's just go and quickly implement it. So let's go to auth controllers, and now here we are going to start write a function sign in. This is going to be an asynchronous function where it will be having access to the request object, the response object, HTTP request and HTTP response object. Let's bind it inside a try catch. Right here we can say error response body dot error is equals to the corresponding error, and we can return rest dot status 500, that is for internal server error, dot json error response body. Okay, cool. This sign in function we need to export as well, so that we have done here. Now let's see what can we do here. Okay, now in order to sign in, first of all the user will be sending us the corresponding details inside the request body, right? That request body we are going to try to authenticate. So how authentication should be done? Let's write step by step. So first of all, using the email, we will try to fetch the user object, because every time we'll be having a unique email, right? Then we will compare passwords, and if passwords are same, then we return a JWT, return a token. This is all that we have to do, right? So first of all, what we can do is inside the services we are having a user service, right, where we are creating a user. Now let's write one more function where we can say const get user by email, right? This is going to be an asynchronous function, and we are going to pass an email. Again a try catch. Here we'll do console.log error, and we will throw the error. And what we can say here is we can say const user, or let's say const response is equals to await user dot find, and inside find we can put a filter of email as the given email. Okay, this will be the email is the key, and this email corresponds to the input email. So we will get the response. If there is no response, that is you get undefined, you are going to throw a new error which will say no user found for the given email, and the error code will be 404, not found. Otherwise, if we are able to find a user, we are going to return that user, return response. Okay, this can be done here. So let's export get user by email. Let's export this, and inside the auth controller, first of all we'll say const user is equals to await user service dot get user by email, and we are going to pass request dot body dot email, right? And if we got an error, so we'll check if error is having an error property, then we will say return rest dot status error dot code, right? And before that you can say error response body dot error property is going to be error dot error, and here we can say dot json error response body. Okay, cool. So if service function is going to return anything which is specific, we are going to get it here. Otherwise, we are going to throw internal server error that is not checked. Okay, so we got the user object with us. Now we'll say const is valid password as await user dot is valid password, and the input password will be request dot body dot password. Right. If not is valid password, right? If this is not going to be an is valid password, we can just throw an error that invalid password for the given email. And let's see what can be the best error code that we can return. We can return 401 unauthorized, so we can say code 401. Okay, otherwise if we got a valid password, that means we are able to successfully authenticate the user. So we can say success response body dot message successfully logged in, and we can say return rest dot status 200.json success response body. Now for the time being, we are just returning message, right? But we have to set the data property also. So in the data property, what we can say is success response body dot data. This can be equal to, the email will be equal to user dot email. We can also return user role as user dot user role. Okay, status, let's write it as role, status as user dot user status, and we can send a token, right? For the timing, I'm keeping this token string empty, right? And we have to think how can we generate this token. But first of all, let's just try to get our this particular flow ready and see if things are working fine or not. So let's see what all users do we have. We have all of these users. So let's get this email ID. Okay, so let's paste the email ID, and I believe password is almost same for all the users. I've kept the password same, and this should be sign in. If you send it, okay, it says could not send the request. Let's see if there is any error on the server. Okay, so there was an error in the server. Okay, it says get user by email is not defined. Oh, my bad. This function is having a capital E. Okay, let's try again. Okay, it says something went wrong, 500 internal server error. Okay, so let's see why we would have got that error. Let's do console.log error here for the time being. Sign in is correct, post request correct. Let's see. It says user.isValidPassword is not a function. Okay, let's check. So in our user model, we have this function isValidPassword, right? Okay, I believe we need to restart the server for this. Let's restart the server once. And now if you will send it, okay, still doesn't detect. Let's see. Okay, I believe this is going to this is happening because we have added this method after a lot of user got created. So let's do one thing. Let's delete all the users and re-register them. So let's delete them. Can you delete multiple? Not sure. Let's just quickly delete them and create new users, because these instances will be these new instances will be having the method. Okay, so all of the users are done. Let's send a name also, and this should be sign up, send. Okay, we are able to register a new user. That's good. Now if you do sign in, we don't need name now. Send. Okay, sorry. Okay, it still says bad request. It's not able to register method. Let's check. Not able to call schema methods mongoose. Let's see. Uh, let's see in the official docs. Are we missing something? Instance methods. So we will put the methods like this. Okay. And then we can say, we can just call it on the object, right? Okay, I believe the user that we are returning from here, from the service. So this user, let's see what this user is. Let's do a console.log on response. Let's first of all see this. If you send the request again, it should be this. And okay, so that was the problem. So the problem was this instance method works on the user object, but we are actually getting this array, right? So instead of doing find, like this array of user objects, right? So instead of doing find, we can do find one. This doesn't return an array. If you send the request again, so now we are getting the correct user object, and you can see now the error also got changed. Error data and hash arguments required. So let's see. So now we are returning the correct response. Now we don't need this console.log for the time being. Let's come back to the controller, and now let's see. So we are getting this user object. Let's send the request again, right? And we were getting this user object. Makes sense. Let's see the is valid function. Okay, so it says data and hash arguments are required. Let's see, why do we get this error? It takes three arguments and a callback. Let's see. So let's do console.log on the plain password and current user.password. Let's see, what do we get here? Send. Okay, so current user dot password is undefined. We are not able to fetch the current user dot password. This is something that we need to fix, and this should be easy. Let's see. So wedding user schema dot methods is valid password. This should be correct, right? And we are calling it from the user object. Let's see what is there in the user object. Console dot log user. Okay, this is the user object. Okay, and we are calling user dot is valid password, right? And we are going in the is valid password function also, because we are doing this log here. So we came to is valid password. Okay, let's see what's inside this. Okay, this is an empty object. This is interesting. Technically it should not be. Okay, this is my bad. I believe it was a very simple mistake, and I believe this concept is coming from very core JavaScript that I missed. I believe you guys might be able to notice it. I'll explain, but first of all, let's just send the request, and now you can see things are working somehow. You can see here we are getting the hash password. So what was the problem? So there was a very fundamental problem that I did. So here I'm trying to access this keyword points to the calling site, which was this user object, but it points to the calling site when you pass a plain function. If you pass a fat arrow function, then this doesn't point to the calling site. If you have a fat arrow function, then this is resolved with lexical scoping. That's why we need to have function like this here, and things are working now. So let's remove all the logs. It was a very small mistake, but you can see even small core concepts of JavaScript are very important. So now if you send the request, okay, it says successfully logged in. You're getting data, message successfully logged in. Token is empty, we'll generate the token. If you send the password wrong and send it, invalid password for the given email. If you send an email wrong, no user found for the given email. 404 not found, and password is 401 unauthorized. So we are getting everything perfectly fine, right? Now all we have to do is start generating this token. This token generation is going to be an important step, because this JWT token is going to be the most important thing that we have to do. For this, we are going to use a package called as JSON Web Token. Let's read about this package. npm. So let's open it. So it's an implementation of JSON Web Tokens, right? All you have to do is just install JSON Web Token library, and it's very easy to use. How can you use it? So there is a function jwt.sign. JWT is the corresponding object that we will get after installing, and sign function is going to be the function that is going to help you to generate a token. The first argument is going to be an object. So JWT token has a very special property that it uses an input to actually create a token. And when you decrypt the token, then you will get the same input that you used. So if you use this object of foobar, then when you will decrypt it, how to decrypt it, let me show you that as well. So verify, right? You can do verify. So if you want to do verify token, then inside the decoded object, you can see verify, and this is going to be the secret key. In the decoded object, you will get the same foobar object. That's how you are able to get access to foo. I'll show you that, but it's going to be a very simple library. The first parameter is going to be the object using which you want to create the JWT token. The second is going to be a private key that you can push. Algorithm, if you want to specifically mention anything special algorithm, then you can put it. Otherwise, we are not going to use it. So let's just see. So first of all, we need to install JWT token. So we'll say npm install JWT token. Very light package, got installed quite quickly. Now let's do this. So what we can do is we can say const this is going to be a library import. So let's have it like this: const JWT is equals to require JSON web token, right? And here what we can do, we can say const token is equals to await. I believe we need to put await here. Let's see. Okay, we don't need to put await. We don't need to put await. So we can say jwt.sign. Okay, we are going to pass a user object. So the user object that we are going to pass can be something like id as user.id, right? Let's do one thing. Let's console.log user.id. Let me show you what I'm trying to talk about. Let's send everything correctly. Okay, so you can see if you do user.id, so you get the unique object ID that we are going to use, right? You don't need to put underscore ID always. You can do user.id. So in this object we are having an ID as user.id and a property email as user.email, right? Using these two properties we can maybe create the JWT token, and then we have to put a private key here. That private key, instead of like manually mentioning this private key here, what we can do is we can go to our env file and put the key here. So auth key is equals to, let's say something like movie book key, right? And in the controller we'll come here and we can say process.env dot auth key, and this is going to give us the token. In this token property we are going to return this token, and this should be good to go. So we just use the jwt.sign method in order to generate the token, right? So now if you will send the request, now you can see we are getting a unique token getting generated. And the best part is, let me just copy this token. If you will do something like verify, right, jwt.verify, let's see what do we get. So I'm just doing a console.log jwt.verify, will pass the token and will pass the same key. So process.env dot auth key, right? Let me show you what is this going to print. Let's avoid any other console.logs. Okay, let's send the request, and you can see you are getting the original object, that is ID email, and we are getting one more object, IAT. So if you read about IAT here, right, this includes an IAT, that is an issued at when this token was issued. This property is the IAT, right? So it's quite important. Now for every token that we are generating, apart from this object and the auth key, we can provide one more property, that is expires in, right? So we can say this token is going to, let's say, expire in 2 days, 10 hours or something. So we can say 1 hour, right? Something like this you can put as a string, 1 hour. In 1 hour this token is going to expire, right? And let's try again, send it. You can see you are getting the same object. Now you are having an expiry also, that this was the issued at time, but this will be the expiry time in milliseconds. So this is the power of the JWT token library. Now whenever the user is going to like sign in, let's sign in again, they are going to get this unique token. It's their responsibility to store this token somewhere. Whenever they will be sending the request, they have to send this token, and whenever we will receive this token, before we actually let the user do the action, we are going to use the jwt.verify function in order to check whether the user is the one only who they are claiming to be, right? So let's just so technically we have completed our sign in functionality, right? This sign in functionality is done. We are able to successfully log in. So let's just put a quick commit here. added sign in logic, git push, right? So we have successfully pushed the sign in. Now in the further set of parts, we are going to make some enhancements in the sign in. We'll see if there can be some improvements, because there can be some validations that we can put for sign in, few error messaging here and there. Then we are going to see how can we implement logout, if you can implement logout from the backend. We are going to see that when like this sign in, how this sign in is going to help us to protect the routes. That means not every user should be able to use a route. They should be protected by the authentication layer. How can we do that? All of these things we are going to do. So things are going to get interesting in the next set of parts. Have our sign in, we have our sign in function ready with us. It's set up well. We are able to sign in and we are getting the token and some user details as well, right? The thing is, in this sign in functionality, we are expecting that the user is always giving us an email and password. But this can be, there can be a case that, let's say, user doesn't send you a password. What will happen then? If you send the request, you're giving 500 internal server error, but technically it's a client-side issue. And we have been already doing this client-side issue check multiple times by putting a middleware of a validator. So we are going to put a validator for sign-in as well. So let's go here in the middlewares. Let's go to auth middlewares. The first validator that we wrote, let's put a quick comment there. For this validator was for sign up. So this is HTTP request object, HTTP response object, and next middleware. Okay, we don't need returns here. Okay, now what we can do, we can write a new function, const validate, just one second, yeah. Validate sign in request. This is going to be again an asynchronous function. We are going to get access to the HTTP request object, HTTP response object, and the next middleware as well. Let's put the comment here also. And here we will write the description as validator for user sign up. And this is going to be a validator for user sign in. Okay. We are going to return this function also, validate sign in request. Now the thing is how to validate sign in. We will say validate user email presence. We can say if not request.body.email, we are going to say error response body dot error is equals to no email provided for sign in, and we are going to say return HTTP response object dot status 400, which is a bad request, dot JSON error response body. Then we can say validate user password presence. We can say if not request.body HTTP request object dot body dot password, because apart from the email we also need password always, right? Without the password there is no sense of having a kind of like an authentication, right? Let's put a straight line, new lines here as well. So what we can say is error response body dot error no password provided for sign in, and then we can say return rest dot status 400, again a bad request, dot JSON error response body, right? If you have email, then this if check is not going to execute it. If you have password also, then this if check will also not get executed. So at last you can say the request is valid, and if the request is valid, you're going to call the next middleware, and I believe that's it. Now in order to like validate the request, what you have to do is inside my sign in we can say auth middleware dot validate sign in request. So this middleware is going to first catch the I would say HTTP request object, then it is going to do all the validations for the HTTP request object, and then only send the request to the controller, that is the next middleware. And I believe this should work fine now. If you send the request, you can see you are getting a bad request without a password. If you have a password, then you're getting this. And if let's say you don't have an email, then also no email provided, makes sense. If you put a wrong password, for one authorized, invalid password for the given email, or you can say wrong password. So the overall sign-in functionality is even more concrete now. You can check the controller, you can see all of the cases where the password doesn't match, the user doesn't exist. Any kind of these cases we are handling, we are returning JWT tokens as well, right? So technically the sign-in API is ready for usage. Let's just make a quick commit. We added a feature to add validators, right, for signing. Right, so we have successfully pushed the code, right? And I hope the logic, overall logic of putting validators is now clear to everyone, because we have done the same exercise again and again. So it kinds of become repetitive, so you get a better understanding of most of the things. So I hope the overall sign-in API is clear to everyone. Till now, we have already implemented our registration API so that the user can register on our platform. We also implemented the sign-in API so that the user can complete the login process and receive a JWT token. Now, in this part, we are going to see that while accessing a resource, or let's say an API that is protected by authentication, that only authenticated users will be able to access it, how what we can say is how we can use this JWT token in order to actually authenticate whether the user is successfully signed in or not, or whether they need to sign in again or something like that. So let's just see. So what we can say is that in case of JWT tokens, let me just write it. In case of JWT tokens, we can send the token in the request header. In the request header, whenever we are trying to access an API, whenever we are trying to access an API which is protected by authentication layer, we can send this JWT token which we received during sign-in in the request headers. In the request headers. On receiving this request, we can verify the token. If the token is verified, we grant the access. Otherwise, we don't. That's as simple as that. That whenever somebody wants to raise a request in order to access the corresponding API, which is protected by an authenticated scenario, then we have to just send this token in the header. Generally, when we send the header, inside the header, HTTP request header, we try to put a property X access token. The key we generally write as X access token. You can assume that it's kind of like the convention. And then here we put the token. There are more header properties, but this is something that we set manually. We set manually. Now what happens is when the user is sending the request, we are going to receive this request in a middleware, which is going to be an auth middleware, right? We are going to do verification. If you verified the request, then you are going to pass it on to the corresponding controller. If the request is not verified, or let's say the token is not verified, then you can say not authorized or not authenticated, something like this, right? So we have to make sure that every time whenever we are creating this token, the client is going to be responsible for storing this token. We don't have to care about it. But every time when an authenticated route is accessed, an authenticated API, like API which expects authentication is accessed, then we actually verify this token. So what we can say is, let's try. So let's go to auth middleware. You can see this is the auth middleware, right? And we can write one more function here. We can say const is authenticated. We are going to have an asynchronous function which is going to accept the request head, HTTP request, HTTP response, and the next middleware. Right. Now inside, we'll first of all try to access the token. So the token will be inside the headers. How do we access the request header? We say request.headers. Right. We say request.headers. Inside the headers, we have the property X access token. X access token. So we get the token. If this token is not provided, so let's see what error code should be suitable. Okay, so we can say we can write 403 forbidden, right? Yes. So what we can say, if you have not provided a token, we can say error response body dot error. Let's see what can be a good suitable message here. We can say the API is expects or authentic API, or let's just say no token provided. Let's just keep it simple. No token provided, and we can say return res.status. We can say 403 forbidden .json error response body. Okay, that's the case. But if there is a token, then we'll try to verify the token. In order to verify the token, what we can do, you can go to user service, and here we can try to write a function to verify the token, right? Or let's see, we can even do directly in the middleware. I believe this should be fine. We can say const JWT is equals to require JSON web token. And now here what we can say is, we'll say const is verified, or let's say const response is equals to, um, let's see if the verify function is promise based. Okay, we can just directly call. So we can say jwt dot verify, and we can pass the token. And apart from the token, we can pass the auth key. So we can say process dot env dot auth key. Okay, so we'll get the response. In this response, we'll be having a corresponding user ID, right? In this response, we are going to have a corresponding user ID. That user ID is going to be the ID of the user who is trying to like authenticate through itself through the corresponding request, right? So let's see. Now in this response object, we are going to have access to the user ID as well as user email. That's going to be really very important, right? So we can say if you don't get any response from this jwt.verify, right, we can say return rest.status 401 unauthorized .json error response body, and before this we can say error response body dot error is equals to token not verified. Okay, token not verified. Now the moment the token is verified, now you have to see that this token should be of a valid user, because maybe the user that you are having, like this token is of a user that doesn't exist in your database anymore, right? So in this token we'll be having a corresponding email ID also, right? So we'll try to get the user. So let's we can write a function const get user by ID. We'll pass an ID that will be a user ID. We'll put a pair of a bunch of try catch console.log error, throw error, and here we can say const user is equals to await user dot find by ID, and we return a user. In case if we don't find a user, we are going to say throw error as no user found for the given ID, and code will be 404, right? This simple function we can use. Let's export it, get user by ID, and inside the middleware let's call the service. So we can say const user service is equals to require services slash user dot service, and let's bind it inside a try catch. Let's bind all of the code here inside try. Now what you can say is const user is equals to await user service dot get user by ID, and inside the ID we are going to say response dot ID, right? If you are not able to find a user, right, so you can say if error dot code is 404, so we can say return rest dot status error dot code dot json error response body, and in the error response body we can put a message, right, or we can put an error that token provided for the let's say user doesn't exist. User doesn't exist. That's it. Otherwise, you can just say return res.status 500.json error response body, right? And error response body dot error is equals to error, right? So this is a user that we have got. Once we get the user and we are able to find a valid user, what we can say is we'll call the next middleware, because now we are authenticated. Before we actually call the next middleware, inside my request object, I'm going to set a property ID, which will be actually a user ID, or we can say request.user, which will be equal to user.id. Now, anytime in the life cycle, wherever we are using is authenticated middleware, in the later controller or service, wherever we have to get access to the fact that what user is already authenticated. Sometimes you have to get the current user ID or something. In that case, you can just do request.user and you will get the corresponding user's ID. So you can store that in the request object. And that should be it. So you can say is authenticated, right? So I believe this should work. This should work. Let's do one thing. Now let's try to secure a route. So in the theaters, not in the middleware, let's go to theater routes. In the theater routes, let's say if you want to destroy a theater, then technically you can say const auth validator or auth middleware is equals to require middlewares slash auth dot middlewares, and we can say in the delete we can say auth middleware dot is authenticated. If you're not going to be authenticated, you cannot destroy a controller, destroy a theater. Okay, so let's go to theaters. Okay, and let's get a theater like this slash API slash v1 slash theaters. It should be a delete request, and you can give the theater ID here. Okay, so if you send the request, okay, it says connection refused. Okay, it says get user by ID not defined. This should be get user by ID. So there was a difference in small b. Okay, it says no token provided because we have not sent any token. Now we can go to the headers, and inside the headers we can say x access token, and we can pass some random make token. If you send it, it says JWT malform, right? And we are getting 500 internal server error, right? So let's even handle this in this middleware, right? We can say if error.name is JSON web token error, we can say error response body dot error is equals to error dot message, and we can say return rest dot status 401 dot JSON error response body. You should not give internal server error. If you return, now you are unauthorized, your JWT is malformed. Now let's just first of all sign in and get a correct JWT. So API slash v1 slash sign in. Let's make it a post request. You don't need to send header. Body is having the details. Let's see. So this should be slash auth slash sign in. Okay, it says invalid password. Let's send the correct password. Okay, so we got a token. Let's copy this token, go to the headers, update the header with the token. Now we'll send the access token, and now let's go to the theater and make it a delete request. If now you send it, okay, it again showed internal server error. Are we missing something? Okay, this should be get user by ID, my bad. Okay, now technically it has successfully deleted the given theater. So Luke Cinema should be gone. If you refresh, now you can see Luke Cinemas is gone. If you will not send this token, no token provided. So we are able to successfully protect any route with the authentication. And this is going to be really interesting in the upcoming set of features. Now we can protect our routes. We can check whether the person is already authenticated or not in order to do any action. But we still need to put a layer of authorization, that whether the person is authorized even to do this or not. That is going to come in the later set of parts. But let's just quickly commit this because we have successfully implemented this. So let's say feat added is authenticated middleware for checking API auth. Right, for checking API auth. So this is something that we have done, right? And this authentication part actually comes to a wrap because now we are able to register ourselves, have our encrypted password, we are able to sign in, get a JWT token. Using the JWT token, we are able to verify. How we are verifying actually, let's just have a quick look. We are trying to get the token from the header. Header will be having a key x-axis token. If we don't provide a token, we'll throw an error. Then we'll use the function jwt.verify, we'll pass the token and we'll pass the auth key. If we don't get any response, that means the token is not verified. If we get a response, that means we'll get an object with a user ID and email and IAT and expires at. We'll check whether that user still exists in the database or not. If that user still exists, then we are going to set that user to the corresponding user ID. Otherwise, if that user doesn't exist, we are going to throw an error. And that's it. So I hope the overall logic for the whole authentication process is clear to everyone. In the next set of part, we are going to move ahead and continue our discussion to authorization. Till now we have completed our authentication process, right? We successfully implemented the registration API, sign-in API, right? Now we have to talk a bit about the logout process, right? So let's see what can be done for the logout. So if we have implemented authentication using JWT, right? This JWT tokens, then there can be two ways to log out the user. Two ways to log out the user, right? First way will be either the token expires, right? Because in the tokens we have set an expiry time, right? So either the token should expire, or now because JWT is stateless, because JWT tokens is a stateless mechanism. I guess we have already talked about stateless mechanism, but still I can give you a brief again. Stateless mechanism means that the server doesn't store JWT token, right? It doesn't store that which user is issued which JWT token. This kind of information we don't store. So it's a stateless mechanism. So it can be done on the front end by deleting the stored token. So we can just implement it directly in the front end because the front end is already storing the JWT token. What they can do is they can just delete the token from their end and things should be fine, right? This can be the other way. So technically speaking, both of the ways combined together should be implemented. There should be some expiry also, and there should be this front end logic that can delete the token from their end. Now depending on what kind of front end you have implemented, like it's a mobile front end or a desktop front end or a web front end, depending on that, or and even depending on the frameworks involved, you can figure out the ways to store it and to delete it from wherever you have to delete it. So this can be the way in which logout can be implemented. Till now we have completed our sign in process, sign up process, and we already also discussed about logout. Now sometimes in some cases we also expect that the user can reset their password, right? Or when they forget their password, then there should be some route for forgetting the password. So both of these two things are two different things, because when you try to reset a password, in resetting a password you have to put your old password just for verification purpose. When you forget your password, then you have to do some extra measures, like you have to like put your registered number and then get an OTP there, right? And with that OTP you go to the screen of resetting the password, right? So both of these two are very different flows. We are going to focus on something like reset password, not forget password, because forget password requires extra way of authentication, and that will be too much stretch for the project, right? We are not going to do that. So let's just discuss what's the use case overall and what do we want to do. So um, we need to build an API. We need to build an API to allow user to reset their password. Reset the password, right? For resetting the password, for resetting the password, they need to provide the previous password and the new password If the previous password gets a match, then we allow the user to reset. Otherwise not. Otherwise not. Right? So what we want to say is that we will be giving a reset password functionality. For resetting the password, this is the duty of the user to provide their previous password so that we can verify whether they are the correct person who are resetting or not. And the new password, because of course they want to set a new password. So this will be the new password that they want to send. So both of these two pieces of information we need to receive in the request body. If the previous password gets a match, that means if we will check with the like database, and if the previous password is the correct password, then we will allow the user to set the new password. All we have to do is just update the corresponding user document from the collection. If it's not a match, then we do not allow it. That's the overall use case and the overall situation. So if we start talking about how the overall API will look like, so we can say the route of the API will be something like slash movie booking application slash API slash v1 slash auth slash reset. Okay, we can have a route like this so that we can reset the password given by the user. The type of the request should be patch, because we are going to make an update. And then the request body, in the request body uh, now in the request body, what we will be having is, we'll be having the user ID. This is the ID of the logged in user, because if you are resetting the password, you are already logged in, so your ID is already there with you, or you can fetch at least your ID. We already stored it inside the request.user property, but we'll discuss about that. So ID can be one property, and old password, new, right? Old password and new password. These three fields should be there. ID is going to be used to verify the corresponding users and old password, and the same ID will be used to find the user and update the password. Okay. Now, if we talk about the response, then in the response, we are going to have one success property. This property is going to identify the fact that whether the overall request went successfully or not, or there was an error or not. Then there will be an error parameter, which will be an empty object if there was no error. But if there was some error, then this error property will be having some details around the error. Then there will be a data property, which will be error, which will be having like an empty object in cases where the API was not completely successful and you have to break it in between. So there, at that point of time, we won't be having any data, so we'll be just storing an empty object. Otherwise, this data is going to store the actual data of the response of the API. And then we can say message. So message is going to be a custom message that we are going to show to the user in case of different situation. Like if there was some error, then we are going to show them different message that maybe something like something went wrong or something. Or if it was success, then what success message you want to send. In both of the cases, we need this message property. So we are going to structure our response object like this, right? We have to structure our response object like this. So now, having the knowledge around the overall use case that we have to build and the route signature, now what we have to do is we have to set up this controller function, set up the service function, set up the routes, right? I don't think we need any more piece of information for the signature part. So maybe we can jump towards the coding implementation and start implementing this overall feature. So let's just see the implementation step by step for this API, right? So let's close all of these files for the time being. Okay. So first of all, let's just go to auth controller, and here we are going to write a function const reset password. This is going to be an asynchronous method. It will take the HTTP request object, HTTP response object, and that's it. We are going to export this function as well, reset password. And before I implement it, let's just quickly go to routes and store it in the routes. So we can say auth routes, and it should be app.patch, right? It should be a patch request. The URL should be /mba/api/v1/auth/reset, and we can pass auth controller dot reset password. Okay, so we have registered the route as well. Now let's see what we can do for the controller. In the controller, let's do one thing. Let's bind it inside a pair of try catch. We can say error response code dot error is equals to the error that we received. Sorry, error response body. And then we can say return rest.status 500.json error response body. Okay, so we have handled the error. Now, in order to check whether the user has success, like user can reset the password or not, first of all, we are going to expect the user to send the old password as well. So that is going to be something that we will do. So if you will go to services, let's see. Here we have a get user by ID. So first of all, we'll try to get the user. So we can say const user is equals to await user service dot get user by ID, and we can pass request dot body dot id. Okay, so we are going to have a request body's id, and you can see this can even throw an error if we didn't find a corresponding user for it. So you can say that if the error has a special err parameter that we are setting, then we can say return response dot status error dot status code dot json error response body. And before we actually return it, we can set the response body's error parameter equal to the error that we set. So this is going to be the case when we are sending a custom error from the service. Having said that, if you will like successfully get the user, after getting the user, you need to check whether the old password that we have sent is correct or not, right? So you can say const is old password correct is equals to, you can say user dot so let's go to the user model. In the user model, you can see this function is valid password. You can say is valid password, right? It's an asynchronous function, so we can do a await here, right? And we can pass the old password from request body. So request dot body dot old password, right? This old password parameter we are going to get, right? Cool. Now in case if the old password is not correct, then we are going to throw an error saying that invalid old password, please write the correct old password. Okay, and let's see what status code we can send here. Let me just Google it very quickly. Let's open the browser. So status code for wrong old password 403 can be done. So let's go for 403. Okay, so we will automatically catch that error here. Otherwise, if the password is correct, then we can allow the user to update the password, right? So what we can do is we can say await user dot update password. I guess takes an object password to be equal to request dot body dot new password, right? Okay, now the thing is, in your user model, you can see you have only added one trigger, that is for when you save the user. Let's see if this trigger only gets hit when you update the user, right? Because this is on save. So let's see. So we will update the password, and then you have to do await user dot save, I guess, right? Let's just quickly check on the mongoose docs. So mongoose update, right? You can see when you update something, you can just do await doc.save, and you can actually just directly set this property. So let's just not do it like this. You can just do user dot password equals to this, right? So then you can do user dot save. At last, if everything goes well, you can say success response body dot data is equals to we can give the whole user object, and then you can say success response body dot message is equals to successfully updated the password for the given user, and then we can say return res.status 200, that is status okay, so 200 dot json success response body, right? And I believe this should be it. So let's try to reset the password. So let's see the routes. Okay, 1 second. Okay, I guess the function name was not correct. Cool, looks fine to me. Let's just quickly go to the terminal. Okay, server is running, and let's just go to Postman. Now this time what we are going to do, we'll say /will/auth/reset. It should be a patch request, right? And in the body we will give old password. We will give the user ID. We don't need user ID, I'll tell you why. And we'll give new password. Let's say ABCDEFG. Okay, let's keep this as a new password. Now you might be thinking, why do we don't need ID? Because in the code we are accessing the ID through request.body.id. So technically when the front end will give us this reset password request, then we are assuming that the user is already authenticated. Then only we will be able to reset the password, right? And if the user is already authenticated, then you can see in the, let's go to middleware. You can see in the isAuthenticated function, if we protect our reset password route using the isAuthenticated function, at last you are setting the user ID in request.user parameter. So what we can do here is, instead of passing request.body like this, you can pass the ID in request.user. So front end doesn't need to specifically send the ID. They will just send us the token and things will work fine. And let's see. One more thing that we need to do is protect our auth routes. So we can say auth middleware dot is authenticated. Okay, cool. Now let's try the request. Let's send. Okay, it says no token provided. Let's go to headers. Let's put the token, send it. Okay, it says token expired because we have expired the token. So we need to reissue a new token. So we can say, let's go for a post request. This password, let's make it normal password. Let's cut this, and let's do one thing. Okay, let's get a new password issue, new token issued. We got this token. Let's copy the token, paste it here. Now let's update the request to a patch request. Okay, and now we can do reset. Once you do reset and send it, so technically it should have reset your password. So now if you will try to sign in with the old password, this password, send it, invalid password. Whereas if you will give the new password ABCDEFGH, okay, this is the new password, send it. Now you got a new token issued, right? If you try to let's say if you try to give wrong old password, let's say new password is again the old one. Okay, let's again make it a patch request and do a reset. Now let's say if you give the old password incorrect, let's see what happens. Send invalid old password, please write the correct old password, 403 forbidden. The moment you write the correct password and send it, your password will get updated. So you can see the overall reset password functionality is working absolutely fine. So let's just quickly commit this. You can say git add all, git commit -m, added API for reset password. Git push, right? So we have successfully implemented reset password API as well. So I hope all of you guys were able to understand the overall working behind it. Till now we have completed our authentication part up till the sign up request, sign in request, and the reset password as well. In this part we are going to write one more API that is more or less going to conclude our authentication part, right? So we want to implement an API that can update the user details. Now we are not talking about password. Instead, because of the fact that our users will be having user role and user status. So we need the support to update these values. Right? To update these values. Okay. So now the thing is, we want to have an API that can only specifically update user role or user status. That's it. We don't want to update password or anything, right? So this is something that we will do. Okay. Now how to implement this? Let's try to see the signature for the API because that's going to be important. So we talk about the signature of the API, and first of all we talk about the route. So the route should be /MBA/API/v1. Now this time this is a user specific I would say in API. So the resource should be a user resource, right? And we are going to pass the user ID. The type of the request should be a patch request. In the request body, we are going to have one of the two or both of the parameters, that is user role and user status. Both of them are optional, right? It should not be empty, like at least one of them should be there, otherwise there won't be any update, so it will be like an empty call, right? And if we talk about the response, then in the response we are going to have a parameter of success that is going to tell us whether the API successfully hit and we were able to do whatever was intended from the API or not. We are going to have an error parameter that is going to be an empty object if there was no error and everything went fine. But if there was any kind of error that occurred, then this error property is going to store the details of the error that we are going to get from the backend. We are going to have a data property which will be an empty object if some error occurred during the execution of the API. If some error occurred, this data will be an empty object because we won't be able to get the data. Otherwise, Whatever is the response on success, like user details in our case, we can get that in the data. And then there will be a property message. This message is going to be a custom message based on the fact that whether there was an error during the execution of the API or not, or whether the API successfully executed itself. Based on these metrics, we can say this message will change case to case. So this is going to be the signature of the API, right? This will be the signature of the API, and we have to implement it. Now, if you carefully try to understand, then this time we are talking about a user resource specifically. In our code structure, if you will see, we don't have any dedicated user routes or user controller. We have user service that is there, but we don't have dedicated user routes or user controller. So I would recommend that we can make it here. Some people might think that how about if we just implement it in auth routes and auth controller. So auth routes and auth controllers are generally for making sure that only authentication related things are there. This is something more or less more related to authorization, right? We can put it here again, but it's the choice of by design that you have to take sometimes while building the products. So I'm going to take a call that we should build up separate control, because later maybe we have to build a user profile page also. We have to list all of their bookings, for example. That thing can go in user controller or something. So these kind of things helps us later if we have good segregation of logic. So we are going to prepare a new controller. We are going to prepare a new route. We'll connect them. User service we already have, so we can write the functions directly there. So without any further delay, let's just start the implementation of the API. So let's just start with the service. So in the service, we are going to have a function const update user role or status, right? This is going to just update the role or status. That's it. So we are going to get a data parameter. We'll bind it inside a bunch of try catch. We'll throw the error. Okay, and we are going to say that let response is equals to, we're going to get a user ID also, await user dot find one and update, user dot find one and update. So the first parameter is going to be the filter query, and the second parameter is going to be the update query. So the filter query is going to be like, the ID of the user should be equal to the given user ID. You can say user ID right, and the update parameter should be like user role should be equal to data dot user role, right? And let's see, let's do one thing. Let update query is equals to an empty object, and we can say if data dot user role, then you can say update query dot user role is equals to data dot user role, and if data dot user status, then we can say update query dot user status is equals to data dot user status. Okay, cool. So why we are doing this? Because maybe in the query some from the front end we might get some other parameters also. So instead of providing the data object completely, this can harm our query, because maybe they are trying to change the email altogether. We don't want to allow that. We just want to allow user role and user status. So we can just say update query, and then we can return the response. If we don't find the corresponding user, so we won't be get like response will be undefined, we can throw an error saying that no user found for the given ID, and the code will be 404 not found. Right, we can just throw this error. Let's see anything else. Yep, I believe this should be correct. Let's export this. Right. So we have successfully completed our service function at least. Right. Now what we need to do, we can prepare a new controller, user.controller.js. Here we can get the user service. We can go to services / user.service. Now let's see, we need to implement a controller function, so we can say const update is equals to, it should be an asynchronous function. We'll get a request, HTTP request object, HTTP response object, right? And we can again bind it in a bunch of try catch. We can say let's get the error response body and success response body. So const, we can go to utils / response body, and we can say error response body and success response body. Okay, so we can say error response body dot error is the corresponding error, and we can say return rest dot status 500.json error response body. If in the error parameter you get a ERR key, that means we have specifically sent it from the service layer. We can say error response body dot error is equals to error dot error, and we can return rest dot status. Status is also going to be sent then in that case. Error response body dot, sorry, this should be error dot code dot JSON and the error handling should work like this here. Cool. Let's see. Now for the controller part, we can say const response is equals to await user service dot update user role or status, right? And the ID we are going to get in request dot first of all we'll pass request dot body, and ID will be request dot params dot ID, right? So you're expecting the data object first and then the user ID. Okay, now we are going to return a response, right? And not just like this, we'll say success response body dot data is a response, success response body dot message successfully updated the user, and while returning, what we can do is press.status 200.json success response body, right? Let's just see any other controller if we are not missing anything. We have already handled this. Oh, looks fine, right? Looks fine. We can just export this update function because now we have to implement routes as well. So you can say user.routes.js. So const user controller. We are going to require user controller / user controller. Okay. Now we can write a function const route. It is going to take a express app parameter, and we can say app.patch. The URL looks something like this: /mba/api/v1/user/:id, and this should be user controller dot update. Okay, so we are going to export the route here, and like this exercise we have done multiple times. Now we can come to index and we can say user routes /user.routes, and we are going to invoke user routes. So user routes, we are going to pass the app object, invoking user routes. Okay, so we have the user routes here, and I believe it should be working fine in that case. Okay, server is running. So now let's have a user. So /API/v1/user/user ID should be a patch request, and let's say from the user role, from customer we want to update to admin. So user role should be admin. If you send the request, you can see user role. Okay, user role is customer only. Okay, I believe we know this issue. This issue exists always, because when you are updating, you get the old data back, right? So you have to pass a new true parameter. Let's try again. Now you are having an admin role. Now what if you want to give some random role to it? Okay, so it is setting the random role. So we need to put validations. How can we put validation? We have run validators to prove. Now always validations will be run. So if you send it, invalid user role given, right? And if you send the correct one, so then it will set. Now if you see invalid user role given or invalid user role given, it is throwing 500 internal server error. So we can just get a validation error for the service, right? So if error.name is equals to validation error, then we can throw a new object with error parameter as the properties doesn't validate the constraints. Please check. And the code will be 400 bad request. Okay. If you send it, okay, so we are getting 400 bad request, but the data parameter is empty, so we need to handle this. So what we can do is, instead of having a string like this, we're going to have a error parameter. We are going to store the error parameters. We have already done this multiple times, this loop thing. So we can say object dot keys error dot errors dot for each. We are going to iterate on all the keys of all the validation errors that we got. And then for a corresponding key, we can say error of key is equals to error of error dot errors dot key dot message, and this should be working fine. Let's send the request. Okay, it said something went wrong. Let's see why. Oh, it's validation error. Let's see what's the name of the error. Okay, it is validation error. Okay, now we are getting, actually we were not accessing the object correctly. So now you can see you are having user role is invalid user role given, right? And 400 bad request. So we have handled the error coding also well. So let's just quickly commit this. Added update user role or status API, right? Works fine, works fine. So we have successfully implemented our user update API. This is working quite good, I believe. Technically we are done with almost most of the things. We are just left with one very small part. The API that we just wrote, user update user role, and the previous API that was for reset password, both of them can be also handled, like few of the cases can be handled with middleware validations, because if the user is not sending the correct data request in the request body, then we should try to validate that. So we are going to write all of those things in the next part. So I hope you guys understood everything around the implementation of the API to update the user. Till now we have completed all of our APIs that were required for authentication purpose, right? In this part we have to just do a quick manual validation for the two APIs that we wrote very recently. One is the reset password. We need to manually check if the body is having the required parameter, that is old password and new password. And user controller to check if the body should be having this should be something like this. So the body should be having user role or user status, one of the two parameters, otherwise the request should not go through, right? So what we can do, first of all, we can go to I believe auth middleware, and we can write a new middleware, const validate reset password request. This should be an asynchronous function with the access to the HTTP request object, HTTP response object, and the next middleware. Okay. Now what we can do is, we have already done things before like this. All we have to do is just validate old password presence. So we can say if not request.body.old password, we are going to say error response body dot error is equals to missing the old password in the request, and we can say return res dot status 400 bad request dot JSON error response body. Okay, this should be a comma, so semicolon. And this if check should manually do all the things for checking if the old password is present or not. Apart from this, we need to validate new password present. That means the user should send a new password. So we'll say if not request.body dot new password. We are going to say error response body dot error is equals to missing the new password in the request. And then we can say return res dot status 400 dot JSON error response body. If both of these checks are like if both of the checks pass through, that means everything is good. We can proceed, right? So if the old password is not present, we are going to return bad request directly from here. If the new password is not present, we are going to return bad request directly from here. If both of the properties are present, we are going to call the next middleware. Now let's just export this function. Validate reset password request. This should be the correct spelling. Okay. Now what we have to do, we have to go to auth routes, and for reset password, once you check it is authenticated or not, then you can check auth middleware dot validate reset password request. Okay, so this will help us to validate the reset password request, which is this function. So we have successfully added our auth middleware. Now let's add one more middleware. So this will be a new file, user.middlewares.js, and we can say module.exports. We can have a const validate update user request. We are going to get access to the HTTP request object, HTTP response object, and the next middleware, right? Okay, cool. And we don't need this as an asynchronous function, and technically we don't need this also as an asynchronous function. We are going to export it. Validate update user request, and here all we have to do is if not the inside our request body, at least user role or user status should be present. If not, request.user role or request.body.user role or request.body.user status. If any one of these is not present, then we are going to say error response body dot error is equals to malformed request, please send at least one parameter, and we are going to say return res.status 400.json error response body. If everything is correct, we are going to go to the next middleware. So here we'll say validate presence of at least one of the two, that is user role or user status, right? And then what we have to do is we will go to user routes. Here we will get the user middleware. Middlewares slash user.middlewares, and here we can say user middleware dot uh, validate update user request, and this should be it. So if you see the server, okay, server is not running. uh, okay, there is a mistake here in the name. Now the server is running fine. Now let's say you want to update the user role. You send it, invalid user role. If you will send nothing, malformed request, please send at least one parameter, right? And now if you're sending, let's say admin, it updates the admin, and that's working fine. So let's have a quick commit. We can say added validations for the incoming request in reset password and update user, and that's it. So we have successfully implemented the API for authentication, and we have added the validations as well. What we are going to do is we will be starting with authorization. So we already discussed the concept of authorization, and things are going to be very easy to implement for authorization. So for authorization, we need to ensure that for few action where we don't want any user to just be able to do that action, we will be putting authorization. Just getting authenticated is not going to be enough for those things. For example, adding a movie to a theater, that can be done only by an admin or by a client. Customers should not be given allow for that, right? That kind of things. So for that, we need to have authorization middlewares with us. So let's just talk about it. So for implementing authorization, we need to set up middlewares such that any incoming request can get filtered based on those middlewares, those middlewares. So we will be writing middlewares. For example, if you try to write an example, we can write a middleware for is admin. We can check the authenticated user is an admin or not, or maybe something like is client, things like these, right? So these kind of implementations are going to help us in order to like actually figure out what is the status of the user, are they even allowed to do some actions or not, and things around that, right? So we'll be doing this. So let's just see. We can implement one middleware as is admin, one middleware as is client also, because our theater owners are going to be registered as client, so we need to even look at that, right? And we can have one function as is admin or client. Like some actions can be there which either you are an admin or you are a client, anything should work, or is client, right? Things like these are going to help us. Cool. So let's just see how can we implement it. Just a second. So if you try to figure out for middlewares, okay. So let's close all of this. Okay. And what we can do is In the middlewares, auth middlewares, we can write a function is admin. This function is going to have the access to the HTTP request object, HTTP response object, and the next middleware. Okay. Now what we have to do is, based on the user ID, we will try to fetch the user, and we will try to fetch the role of the user, like what is the user role, right? So let's do one thing. We can say const require, let's get our constants, utils / constants, and we can have user role. Okay, so we already have got this user service with us. So first of all, what we can do is we can say const user role is equals to await, let's say user is equals to await, let's see, we can say user service dot find by, or let's see, user service dot get user by ID, and in the ID we can say request dot user, because our user is already authenticated, right? So we'll be directly just getting the request dot user, and we don't even need to have any kind of like try catch here, because if the user is registered, that is definitely available in our database. So we'll get the user here, right, based on the user ID. Now we have to check if user dot user role is not equal to user role dot admin, then we are going to say return rest dot status. Let's see, for unauthorized, what is the status code? I guess it should be 401 or 403. Let's see, 401 it is. So 401 dot JSON error response body, and in the error response body dot error we can write user is not an admin, cannot proceed with the request. Okay, cool. If that is not the case, then everything is fine. We'll just call the next middleware. So we can return is admin. This should be good. And we can write one more function, const is client, right? We can write const is client equals to async request response next. Same syntax, access to the request object, response object, and the next object. Here we can say const user is equals to await user service dot get user by ID, and again we can pass request dot user. We can pass request dot user. Once we have the user, we can say if user dot user role not equal to user role dot client, then the same thing we'll do. We'll say error response body dot error is equals to not able to or we can say user is not a client, cannot proceed with the request, and then we can say return rest dot status 401 unauthorized again dot JSON error response body. If everything works fine, then we can just call the next middleware. So is client is also done, right? We can write one more middleware, is admin or client, right? So we'll say request response next. Now we can say const user is equals to await user service dot find by id, no, not find by id, get user by id, and the id is inside the request dot user parameter. We can say if user dot user role not equal to user role dot admin, right? If this is not equal to this, and user dot user role is not equal to user role dot client, like it is not equal to both of them, in that case also we'll say return res dot status 401 unauthorized dot json, we can say error response body, and for error response body we can say error response body dot error, user is neither a client nor an admin, cannot proceed with the request. Okay, and if that is not the case, then we can just do next. Looks fine, I guess, right? Let's just return it. Okay, cool. Now let's try to test it. So we have a route with us. Let me show you. So we have a route in which user routes in which we are updating the role of a user. Now role of a user should not be allowed to be updated by any user. It should be only be done by an admin. So we can say we need to get auth middleware, we'll say require, we can say middlewares slash auth dot middleware, and now we can say auth middleware dot is admin, right? If the user is an admin, then only we'll proceed with the request, right? So let's just try to test it. Okay, looks good. So we want to update the user role. So we already have got one admin. Okay, so let's sign up with a new user. So post request email is a@v.com, password, right, and username test. Okay, let's create a user. We don't need to send any header or something. Oh, sorry, this should be slash auth slash sign up. Okay, so now we have this user with us. This is the user ID. Let's get this ID. And now what we can do, we can just go to slash user. Okay, first of all, let's sign in. Okay, and this should be deepak@mba.com. if you send the request, sorry, my bad. Okay, so we are successfully logged in, and this is the token. Now we want to update the role of the next user that we have got. So for this user a@b.com, we need to set up a role. What we'll do, we'll send okay, interesting. So the implementation that we have done is a bit, needs some correction. Let's see. So we should not send request.user, because request.user is going to be the user ID of the authenticated user, which is already an admin. We want to do it for someone else, right? So it's a request.body.id. That should be the case. We'll be sending it in the body. Or but technically it should not be the case. Okay, let's make it in a clean fashion only. So let's keep it params. We'll be sending it in params. Right, and let's see, we got it from params, right? Okay, sorry, my bad. It was correct. Request.user should be only, because we want to authenticate the current user, right? Authorize the current user. So whether the current user is authorized to do the operation or not. So that's correct. Let's keep it like this. Sorry, just avoid the last discussion. Actually, I got a bit confused. So one user I'm going to send for the update. That operation is already there. But currently this request is sent by anyone. We don't want anyone to send it. If someone is already an admin, then only someone should be able to send it. So /user, let's go to user routes, and then /id. Okay, and let's see, we are expecting request body, and in the request body we are expecting user role and user status. So let's change user role. Want it to become an admin. If you try to send this request, it should be a patch request. Okay, so there is some error. Let's see. Okay, so we are throwing an error. Let's see why. Okay, let's try again. Let's try to sign in again. Maybe some issue with sign in happened. Post, send. Send. Okay, so we got a new token. Let's see. Now let's do /user / let's get the user ID. Let's make it a patch request, and in the body we can say user role. We want it to become an admin. First let's add something random. Send. Okay, it's crashing again and again. It says unhandled exception. Okay, interesting. So most probably in the middleware there is some issue. We are calling the next. That is correct. Let's see, do we have any request.user? We need to restart the app. Send, crashed again. Okay, so request.user is coming as undefined. That may be because we are not checking authentication. So this API should only work if we are authenticated. That was missing, that we have added. Now let's send the request again. Okay, invalid user role given, that's correct. Now say admin. Okay, so we got Deepak approved only. This is some problem. Yep, this should become admin. So what ID are we sending? Okay, so let's check. In the controller, we want to set user role for request.params.id, right? This is the user ID. Let's see. Let's send the request. What user ID we are getting? We are getting B8. Okay. We're getting it for B8. That's correct. So we'll get the user. We'll get the return the response. That's good. Interesting. So we have a user, right? It's updating it for this user. That's strange. Let's check again. So we should be authenticated, we should validate, and then we should check if the user is an admin or not. And then we go to user controller.update. So inside update, okay, so we are able to go to inside update. That's good. Let's check what is request.params.id. Okay, we are sending B8 only. That's correct. So we go to user service, user role, update user role, and let's see. We are trying to find one and update. Let's do console.log response. Okay, so why are we getting it for this user? Okay, so the user ID is B8, that is correct. But in the response, we say user.find1 and update. We pass the ID as user ID, and then we print the response. Change can work for us is, instead of find one and update, we can do find by ID and update. This is working. Maybe there is some bug for that. We can separately check it. But we, instead of passing the object ID as user ID, we can just pass the user ID directly, then the update query, and then this is working fine. You can see we are able to make a@b.com as admin. If you want to make it a customer again, it is now a customer. Client, client also. So everything is working absolutely fine, right? So let's just quickly commit this. Added is admin authorization check. Now you might be thinking why we have not authorized and authenticated all of the requests. We are going to do that in the later subsequent sections of the series. We'll be checking what all requests are there which require a modification in terms of authentication and authorization, and then we are going to do the corresponding changes altogether at once in all of these files. I hope you guys overall understood the logic of how is admin or is client, these kind of authorization is going to come up for us. It's going to be simple if you understand the logic. So we'll meet up in the next part where we'll continue our discussion on the movie booking app. I've done our authentication and authorization work, right? And we added a lot of validators also. You can see till now, if you see the status of the application, a lot of things are concrete for us now because we have dedicated middlewares that are checking for validations of a lot of requests. We had to complete that by now, and we have successfully done that, in fact. Right, all the routes are in place, all the services are in place, and all the controllers are in place, right? So technically this closes our big part of authorization and authentication module, right? In the later set of parts, we are going to implement more features. We are also going to have this authorization checks in a lot of routes. Currently it is not there in a lot of routes, but we have to do it. The thing is, we have to, like, addition of these I would say authentication and authorization routes is not going to be very difficult, but we have to test them hand, like, by our own hand, one by one. So that is going to be something that is going to be tedious. One more thing that is going to be there in the later set of videos is going to be correction around status codes. So currently, if you will see the controller, we are hard coding the status codes, right? This is not the best practice generally to go for. We are not going to update all of the status code at once, but I would say API by API, when we will be adding authentication and authorization, then we can do the cleanup. For this cleanup, what we can do is we can at least start in this part. In the constants, we can have few more constants for us, right? We can say const status code, right? We can say const status codes, and then let's say we can have a status code of OK as 200. Then we can say internal server error as 500, and let's say created for 201. Then we can have unauthorized as 401. We can have not found as 404. Then bad request as 400, and so on and so forth. We'll keep on adding it, and from here we can even return it. So you can say status as status codes, right? This can be returned. Now the agenda that I'm having in my mind is we can just put all of these status codes in constants, and at any point of time, let's say we are in user controller, what we can do is we can get the constant. So we'll say const, we'll say require util / constants, and from these constants we'll get the status. And instead of doing 200 as hard coded like this, we can say status dot OK, and this should be status dot internal server error, right? This can be the case, right? So this is much more cleaner, and we can avoid all kind of I would say hard coding. You can see one error code we are getting from here also. So let's go to the user status, right? So from here you are, let's say, hard coding 400, right? So 400 you can see was a validation error, so that was a bad request, and 404 was not found. So instead what we can do, we can get the status here, and for 400 we can say status dot bad request, and 404 we can say status dot not found, right? So this is going to help us in having like a cleaner set of implementations right? Later if we want to just change any specific error code, we can just go to the constant file and change it in one go. So whenever we have these kind of repetitions, we should try to like make our code more cleaner and more extendable. So this is a practice that we are going to do for most of the APIs. For the timing, in this particular part, we are keeping it for update user. Right now, if you will just send the request, everything will work absolutely fine as it is. Right, you can say send. It's a bad request, everything is working fine. It's just that the implementation we have changed a bit. So let's just quickly commit this, and this is a good time to even merge our I would say branch. So we can say git add all, fix, we can say added constants for HTTP status codes in response git push. Right, so technically we should have made two feature branches, feature 4 and feature 5, one for authentication, then for authorization and this cleanup, but we did it in one branch only. So for the timing, what we can do, we can just open GitHub and we can go to repositories. We can open our repository, and you can see we can compare and make a pull request. So from feature 4 auth to master, we are going to merge. So let's create a pull request, and the pull request is up. Now we can merge the pull request, and the pull request has been merged. So now if you will go to master, we'll be having our latest codes. You can even see we can go to utils, constants, and this, right? So what we can do is let's even check out to our master, and now we can do git pull origin master, right? So we will get all the latest set of codes, right? And you can see even the server is running absolutely fine, right? So things look good by now. Okay, cool. So we have successfully completed this. Now whatever's, like as I said, feature 4 and feature 5 should have been two different branches, but we have combined both of them. So next feature, we are going to directly go to feature 6, right, where we will be authorizing rest of the requests and adding more of these status code constants in our APIs. One more cleanup that we have to do, that we are going to do in the next set of parts, is going to be for old controllers. In the old controllers, we are handling errors in the controller. That should not be the case. Errors at any point of time should be handled in the service. So we can just modify our implementation like this, where at any point of time, whatever error was there, it will get thrown, and we are going to access error here. So this is something like few cleanups and all of these things are pending that we are going to do in the next set of parts, where we will understand most of the things. So we have done a lot. We have completed our authentication and authorization. In some like in these upcoming set of parts, we are going to integrate authentication and authorization for our APIs, right? So let's just talk about it. So when we use our one second, when we use our movie booking application, generally we are the customers. We are the customers, right? While the application owners act as administrators with many authorities with many authorities and access to private routes of the app. And access to private routes of the app. Right. So what we are talking about is we'll say that uh, for our movie booking application, generally whenever a user is going to look at the application, they are going to be like customers, right? If you go to book my show just now, you're a customer, right? Until or unless you have gained special rights. But those folks who are the owners of the application, for example, the engineers who are working behind book my show, or maybe we, in our case, for our movie booking application, we are the admins, right? We have administrator level rights. That means we have many authorities. Most of the things we can directly access. All the private routes of the application, all the data in the database, everything is accessible to us, right? Whereas our clients, like the theater owners, can do special operations in our app, but they don't have all the accesses as of an admin, right? And then comes into the picture our clients, right? They can do some more special operations apart from a customer, like adding a movie to a theater and handling that, right? So these kind of things they can do, but they don't also have access to all the private routes or all the privileges they don't have as of an admin. For example, an admin can change the role of a user. They cannot do that, like clients cannot do that. This is something that is going to be only specific to an admin. So these kind of cases are going to help us, right? So what we can say is that in the further upcoming set of parts, in the further upcoming set of parts, we will learn to distinguish the accessibility of different endpoints according to user access and privileges. According to user access and privileges, right? So we are going to learn that how we can maintain all of these access, how we are going to distinguish majorly things around authorization, right? That how we can authorize the users, how can we do most of the things. These things are going to be something that is going to be our main agenda. We are going to go API by API, route by route, and we will see what accesses one can have. Should we allow access to a particular API to a user or not? And we are going to test the APIs again so that we have concrete idea about whatever changes that we are making is making sense, they are not creating any other issues, and so on and so forth. So I hope the overall agenda for the upcoming set of parts is clear to everyone. So now we are going to apply authentication and authorization one by one for every resource, right? So first of all, we are going to target theater resource. So we need to add authentication and authorization for the theater resource, right? So we are having our theater resource. We built it after building the movie resource. We are going to work on the movie resource also. No worries on that part. But for theater resource, we are going to first of all add all the authentication and authorization stuff, right? So the first step will be to add authentication in the theater APIs, right? We'll figure out what all APIs require authentication support, right? Then we are going to write to add authorization in the theater API. And authorization that we are going to add is going to be on multiple level, like different APIs are going to have different level of authorization. For example, admins or clients can create, delete, and update any theater, right? So as a normal customer you won't be able to do it, but you will be able to create a new theater, update a new theater, and delete a new theater if you are authenticated, as well as either you are an admin or you are a client. This is going to be the level of authentication we are going to start with, and authorization as well, right? Okay, so first of all, let's see, we have our middleware. Let's see even the coding implementation for this. So let's open the project. Here it is. Okay, before we actually start with it, let's create a new branch. Get checkout minus b. I said feature 4 and 5 are going to be same branch, so we'll directly jump to feature 6. Integrate auth to APIs. Okay, now we are on a new branch. Now in our middlewares, we have an auth middleware, and the first auth middleware that is going to be really helpful for us is going to be is authenticated. This is authenticated middleware is going to help us in checking whether the user has successfully signed in or not, right? So we are going to use this middleware first of all. Before we actually go forward with the middleware, let's make a few changes in the is authenticate middleware. You can again see we are using hard-coded status codes here, right? We can probably replace them. So what we can say is, let's even get status, and let's see, do we have 403 with us? No. So let's even add 403. So I guess 403 is forbidden. Let me just check. Yep, it's forbidden. So forbidden is 403. What we are going to do, in the is authenticated, we are going to say status dot forbidden. Okay, 401 is going to be unauthorized, I guess. Yes, 401 is unauthorized. So we'll say status dot unauthorized. Then for 401 again, status dot unauthorized. For 404, this is not found, so we'll say status dot not found. And 500 is going to be internal server error, so internal server error, right? So we have successfully changed the status codes for these, right? What we can do, now this is authenticated is there with us. We can even rectify all the status codes with this file, and then maybe move forward to adding authentication to the other API, so that we have at least cleaned up one complete file. Now here you can see for validate sign up request also. For 400, I believe it's a bad request. Yes, so we can say status dot bad request. Again, 400 is going to be status dot bad request, and again. Okay, cool. Same thing here as well. All of these are bad requests. Is authenticated, we have already done. This one is also bad request. .401 is going to be unauthorized, status dot unauthorized. Here also status dot unauthorized. Here as well status dot unauthorized. Right, so we have successfully cleaned up this whole file. Right, let's just make a quick commit here. Git add all, git commit -m, fixed the hard coded status codes for auth middleware, and we'll say git push to this feature. Right, so we have successfully cleaned up this. Now what we are going to do, we are going to use this is authenticated middleware in order to authenticate our APIs. Okay, so now having this in place, let's see, we can go to the theater resource. Let's open the routes. These are the theater routes, right? Now this is the route for creation of a valid theater. So first of all, we can say that if somebody wants to like create a theater, they should be at least authenticated, right? Authorization we can also discuss, but authenticated should be at least the part. So we can say all we have to do is just before the middleware where we are actually validating the theater create request, first validate the fact through the is authenticated middleware that whether the user is authenticated or not, right? And how we are going to establish this, let's say now we have a header. Let's don't send the header, and /API/vn/theaters, and let's make it a post request. And inside the body, let's say we're going to put name of the theater, new theater, right? And let's see what other properties do we need to have. Name, pin code, city. So pin code, let's say 110045. City, let's say Delhi, New Delhi. Right, I'm just putting random details here, right, just to check if the validations are working fine or not. So if you send this request, you can see no token provided. That means we are not authenticated to do this. Once we provide the token, and if it is a valid token, then only we proceed. We send it. Now it says JWT token expired, so we need to get a new token. But at least we are able to put a check on the fact that we are only able to create it if we are authenticated, right? So let's just do a quick authentication. /auth/sign-in, and I'm not sure. Let's create a new account first. Let's say the username is Sanket, email is sanket@mba.com, and password is 12345678. Right, this is the password. Let's send it. Okay, are we making a mistake? Let's see. what's the route? It's MBA API v1 slash sign up, and it's a post request, right? So post request MBA API v1 slash auth. Oh, sorry, this I by mistake wrote sing up. It's sign up. Okay, so now we have a account here. Now all we have to do is just log in. So sign in, send, and now we have a token as well. Let's copy this token, go to the headers, replace the old token with the new token, and now we are going to create a theater. Okay, so we will say slash API slash v1 slash theaters. It's going to be a post request, right? And if you go to theaters, let's see what all theaters do we already have. Okay, so we can say something like name of the theater is PVR Pacific. City of the theater is New Delhi, and pin code of the theater is, let's say 110034. I'm not sure, but let's see. If now you will try to send it, now you can see you are able to create a successful theater, right? So if we refresh, and you can see we have PVR Pacific here, right? So we are able to create a new theater only if we are authenticated. If we are not authenticated, we were not able to do it. So this thing is working fine. This thing is working fine. Now the thing is, we were having a normal user, like the user that we just got was a normal user, right? Customer. Now if we are a customer, then we should not be able to create a theater, right? So we need to add a level of authorization also. So you can see here as well, admins or clients only can create any theater. So we need to check if we are an admin or a client or not. Okay, so once we have checked we are authenticated or not, we'll check with auth middleware that if we are an admin or client or not, right? If we are, then only we should be able to create it. So now if you send it, user is neither a client nor an admin, so cannot proceed with the request, right? So because we are a customer, let's do one thing. Let's create the last, delete the last theater we created. Okay, and we have our API so that we can change our user to a new role, right? For the timing, I'm just changing few roles here and there directly. So let's make the role here as admin, right? I'm manually doing changing the database. We have one client. Let's make this as customer. Okay, cool. Now if we will try, now we are able to create it because we are a admin. So things are working absolutely fine, right? So we are able to authenticate our create theater API, as well as we are able to authorize it as well. Now let's just quickly go to create. You can see we have hard-coded status codes here, so we can maybe get rid of that. Let's get the constants, and we'll get status. Here we can say status dot created, status dot internal server error. This thing we have updated, right? Let's go to create theater, and you can see we are also hard coding this thing here, right? So we can say const require utils slash constants, and we need to get the status again. And here, um, let's just quickly check 422's exact definition. Unprocessable entity, right? So let's create a new status constant, unprocessable entity. This should be 422, right? So we can say status dot unprocessable entity, right? So this cleanup I hope will work. Let's go and try to create a new theater. Let's say PVR Dwarka. Right, send it, and things are working fine. 201 created, we are getting, right? Now one more thing that we can clean up is this part, right? So in the service, what we are doing, we are returning this object, right, which is actually getting fetched here, right? Then we are setting the error, then we are setting the message, and then returning the code. What we can do is, instead of returning, we can just throw this object. You can just throw this object. Once you will throw this object, then you need not to handle this here. What you can do is, your error part will already get added to the error, and you will already be getting the status, right? So let's not handle it here. Instead, we can say if the error is having an ERR parameter, we are going to say error response body. All of this is just a cleanup. If you don't even want to do this, it's absolutely fine. This will be error dot error, and we can say return res dot status error dot code dot JSON error response body, right? So you can see we are already sending the code here, and that code will get directly set here. Now we don't need to handle it here. We are just going to handle success, and you can see things are even better. Now let's try to test it. Let's just change a few parameters. Send, we are able to create. Now let's say if we don't send city, then 400 bad requests we are getting. And let's say I believe we should have some validation on the name. So let's go to models, theater model. Name should be of minimum 5 length. Send, you can see 422 unprocessable entity, everything is working fine. So we have successfully fixed all the issues with our create theater API. Like now we even require authentication, now we even require authorization. The code status codes are also no more hard coded, and we don't have to handle errors specifically in the try block. Everything is now binded inside catch. From wherever you are going to send some error, just throw it then and there, and we will catch it. So this is something good, right? So let's just quickly commit this. We'll say git add all, git commit -m, added validations for create theater API, git push origin feature 6, right? So we have successfully updated our create API. Previous parts, we completed our create theater API. This is now absolutely done. We don't need any more changes. This is like ready to go for like even production. We need to handle the destroy and update theater APIs as well, so that only admins, like authenticated admins or clients, authenticated clients can only delete or update a theater. We'll be handling these error codes that are hard coded as well, and the error handling also needs to get updated. So let's just quickly do it. So we can again go to theater resource, and you can see we have app.delete. We have already added a middleware to check whether the user is authenticated, then only we'll be able to delete. We did this while testing our is authenticated one. And then we can say that auth middleware dot is admin or client, right? That is, we should be only be able to delete if we are authenticated and we are an admin or a client, right? So let's do one thing. For having much thorough testing, let's sign in with multiple accounts. Slash auth slash sign in, right? And so in the headers we have this header for admin token, right? We'll make few more tokens. This is going to be customer token. This is going to be client token, right? We will be sending different tokens based on the user, right? For the timing, let's turn off all of these. We are going to sign in one by one. We already have the admin token. Now let's sign in. Let's sign in with a@b.com. I guess a@b.com is a client, right? Password, I don't remember the password although. I believe this should be it. /MBA/API, sorry, /v1. Send. Okay, invalid password. Let's sign in. Let's sign up with a new account. Sign up. So we'll say client@mba.com, right? And let's add the name also. Client1. Send. We have successfully signed up. Let's sign in. Okay, we got the token. This is for client. So we added the client token, and let's change the role as client here. Let's change the role as client. Okay, now we have a client role here. Let's just go back. Let's make a customer. Customer1. Sign up. Send. We are signed up. Let's now sign in. Now we have the token for customer as well. So now we have all three tokens available with us, right? Okay, now let's just come back and check for destroy, right? Okay, so we'll go API/v1/theaters. The type of the request should be a delete request, and we need to give a theater ID. Let's get a theater ID here. Let's say this Urvashi Theaters ID we are going to take. Okay, cool. Now let's say I'll pass a customer token. If I'm passing a customer token, okay, it says invalid token. Let's see why it says an invalid token. Oh, sorry, I guess I missed one character from the start. Okay, now user is neither a client nor an admin, so we cannot do this. Now if we try to become a client and send it, you can see now we have deleted it. If you refresh, this is gone. Let's try to delete one more, and this time let's try with an admin. You can see successfully deleted. PVR logics is also gone. So we are able to successfully delete, and this authentication stuff is working. So all we have to do is just add these two calls and things will start working absolutely fine. Now let's just come back to the controller and let's just change the status codes. So we'll say status dot created, and here status dot internal server error. Okay, these two things are done. Now let's go to delete theater service, and 404 should be status dot not found. Okay, and instead of returning, we should like throw this error. Let's go to controller. Now we can just handle it in the same way we have handled it here. We can say if error is having an error property, error response body dot error is equals to error dot error, and return res dot status error dot code dot json error response body. Right. So let's see. We can now remove this. Right. And let's see if things are working fine or not. So let's send an ID that doesn't exist. So D9, it doesn't exist. Send. No record of a theater found. 404 not found we are getting, and things are working fine. So destroy API is also ready for us, right? Let's just make a quick commit here. So added validation for delete theater API as well, and we will push it. Cool. Now let's see for get theater. For get theater, it's like listing down all the theaters. To be very honest, for getting a theater, we should not be even authenticated. Like any user who is not authenticated on our app can also like list the theaters, right? So if you go to theater routes, this route should not be authentication protected. And in fact, if it is not authentication protected, that means we don't even need to do any kind of authorization. We can just quickly make status code change. We can make 200 as okay. This should be also 200 okay, and 500 should be status dot internal server error, right? If we go to get theater, one second, inside get theater we will say status dot not found, right? And let's see, we are going to throw this response, and we can handle it in the same way here. If error dot error, then we can say error response body dot error is equals to error dot error, and we can say return res dot status error dot code dot json error response body, right? Now we don't need to handle it here. We can just get rid of it, and things are working. So let's test get theater now. So it's a get request. If you will not even pass any token, it is going to return us everything fine. No theater found. So everything is working absolutely fine. For get theater also, let's make a quick commit here. For get theater API, this is also done. Let's move to get theaters. Now in get theaters, we are going to fetch multiple theaters, like all the theaters at a point. So let's just change the status code. We don't even need any type of authorization here as well, because the user can, without sign up or sign in, can look at all the theaters. 200 okay. internal server error, right? Let's open this, get all theaters, and looks fine, I believe, everything, right? We don't need to add anything extra. And get theater, get all theater should also be done. To get all theaters API, right? This is also pushed. Now we are on update, right? Now we are on update. For updating a theater, now only authenticated users should be able to update the theater, and they should be either admin or client. This is for sure. We also wrote about it, right? Create, delete, and update. These three operations are going to be protected. So we'll say for both patch and put request, we'll say auth middleware dot is authenticated and auth middleware dot is admin or client, right? This is going to be directly present here, and this is going to protect our own. We can, apart from the patch request, we can update the put request as well. So we can say auth middleware dot is authenticated, comma, auth middleware dot is admin or client, right? This should hopefully work. Let's just go to the update request. In the update request, again, we have hard-coded status code, so let's update them. So we'll say status.ok and status.internal server error. Then you go to update theater, and here we can say status.not found, and here we can say status.unprocessable entity, right? We can throw this error here and here as well. Capital should not be there should not be capital throw, it should be all small. And in the controller, we can just quickly handle it. So if the error is having an error property, we will say error response body dot error property is error dot error, and we can return rest dot status. The status code is going to be returned by the error object, so error dot code dot json error response body. We can remove this if check, and now every error is handled inside catch only. That looks perfect at least. So we can try to update. So let's try to update a theater. In the body, we can send, let's say, description. This is an updated description, right? And we can make a patch request. For headers, let's send a customer. Don't send any header, so no token provided. Let's send a customer token. So user is not allowed to do this. If you are a client, then you can see you have updated the description. So things are working fine for even the update request, and this was quite easy as well. So we can just say git add all, git commit -m, added validation for update theaters API, and let's push it. So we have successfully completed things around the CRUD for theater, like creation of a theater, deletion of a theater, updating a theater, and getting theaters. Wherever authentication was required, we added authentication. Wherever authorization was required, we added authorization. And we also cleaned up the hard-coded status codes from constants, and we also handled errors in a better way. Instead of just returning the error, we are now throwing the error and catching them in the catch block. So we did quite some work, and I hope you guys are also able to cope up with this. We are making good progress with the integration of authentication and authorization, and you can see once we have completed the module of authentication as well as authorization. All the functions and middlewares are ready for us. It's really easy to authenticate an API now. Like all we have to do is just mention a middleware and things are going to be done. So I hope the overall logic is clear to everyone. Completed the integration of the authentication and authorization in the basic theater resources. Right. Now we are going to look at the remaining resources, which are movie resources and all. So in theater resource also we have some integration with movies. We'll come up to that a bit later. First of all, let's move to the movie resource. So what we can do is we can go to movie.middleware.js, movie.controller.js, and movie services. So we need to open movie routes as well, I guess. Okay, cool. So now for creation of a movie, only admins and clients should be given access to create a movie, right? So let's even add that in the notes. So we need to add authentication and authorization for the movie resource, right? We can say that we have to add authentication for movie resource, right? We'll be definitely adding authentication to a lot of resources, and we need to add authorization for movie resource, right? And we can say that only admins should create, update, delete the movies. So for these, let's just try to authenticate and authorize the APIs. So for create, we need to first of all authenticate. So let's get our authentication middleware. Const auth middlewares is equals to require middlewares slash auth dot middlewares, right? And we can say auth middlewares dot is authenticated, and then we can say auth middlewares dot is admin or client, right? So for creation of the movie, we have checked that it should, like, to create a new movie, the user should be authenticated and the user should be an admin or a client, right? So if you go to the movies, right, let's create a new movie and test it. So let's not send any token. Let's go to the body. We're going to have name of a movie. So name of the movie, let's say, is It. You can have a description of the movie, a new horror movie. Okay, and let's see, we are going to have casts. Casts is expected to be an array. Let's just quickly get the casts of It movie. So let's just quickly copy paste the names. And let's get one more. Okay, So the casts are here. Language, let's keep language as English, and let's say the director, let's get director, right? And let's see what other details do we need. Release status, I guess that's not a mandatory property. I believe this should be good. This should be good, right? We need to have a post request to /movies. If you send it, you say no token provided. In the headers, if you provide a token of a customer, user is neither client nor an admin. Now you try to become an admin and then send it. Okay, so trailer URL of the movie is not present. That's, I guess, a mandatory property. Trailer URL. HTTP I'm just writing a random URL here. Okay, release date should also be present. So I can see we have cross middle like authentication and authorization. Now we are on normal validations of the request body. Let's send, and you can see now we are able to create a new movie, right? If you say it as it part 2, and let's change the header from admin to customer again, send it. You are not a client or an admin. Now make a client token, and you can see you are able to create another movie. So creation of a movie we have protected in our authentication and authorization routes. So we can just say get add all. Added validation for create movies API. Hit push, right? And we need to do one more thing. Let's go to movie middleware. Now here also, first let's go to controller. Now let's remove all the hard coded codes. So we'll say const require util / constants, and we are going to get status here. We can say status dot created, and this should be status dot internal server error, right? We can go to create movie here. We can get the status again, and then here also we can do status dot unprocessable entity, right? And let's see, instead of returning this error, we can throw this error, and let's catch it here. So here, instead of doing just console.log, we can say if let's say it as error. If the error is having an error property, then we can say error response body dot error is equals to error dot error, and return res dot status error dot code dot json error response body. Otherwise we can say error response body dot error is equals to error. Right, now we don't need this. Okay, and let's see, looks overall good. Let's try to invalidate a request, send. So you can see part description is minimum length 5, unprocessable entities. Looks good. Let's do a quick commit here as well. This is for codes for create movie API, and we can push it. So we have successfully updated our create movie API in the movie resource. We are making good progress here. We are going to pick up more movie APIs in the further upcoming set of parts where we will add authentication, authorization, and then we are going to test it and do the cleanup stuff. Till now, we have already discussed about adding validations for create movie, right? Previously, we did it for the CRUD of the theater, right? And we started this thing with movie. You can see we have changed the status code to this object-based status code. We are getting the status object. Instead of handling the errors with if else, we are handling it with now try catch completely, because from service also we are throwing the error, right? So we have to complete this for the remaining, I would say, CRUD for movie, right? So let's just do that. So let's just start with delete movie. If someone is an admin or they are the client, then only they should be allowed to delete a movie. So if you come to the delete API, this is the delete API. What we can say is, before we actually hit it, we'll say auth middlewares dot is authenticated, right? We are going to first of all check whether the user is authenticated or not, and then we can say auth middlewares dot is admin or client, right? So these two, I would say, middlewares are going to definitely help us in order to check whether the user is authenticated or not, and to check whether the user is an admin or client or not. Now let's just go to delete movie service. Inside the service, instead of returning this error, I will throw the error, and we can say code is going to be status dot not found. Okay, this looks good here. In the controller, let's just add it. So we can say if, let's say this has an error, the error is having an error parameter, we are going to add it in the error response body. And then we are going to say return res.status. We are going to have a status code also, error.code.json, error response body. Otherwise, we are just going to set error response body dot error is equals to error. In case of internal server errors, we can even change this status code. We can say status dot OK and status dot internal server error. This looks good, I believe, and we can now remove this if check. The code looks much cleaner. We cannot try the API. So let's make a delete request, right? And we can pass a movie. Let's give this movie ID. Okay. In the headers, if you will not pass any token, it says no token provided. If you will pass a customer token, okay, so it says token expired. Let's do one thing. Let's get few more tokens. Let's make a post request. Let's see the users. So we have customer@mba.com, customer@mba.com, and the password is, I guess, 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. Let's send it. Okay, we got a new token. So we'll replace this with customer token. Now let's add a client also, that is client@mba.com. We got a client token. And let's get an admin token. So let's copy this and paste it here. Okay, now let's just go back to our movies delete API. Let's get a movie ID. Let's make it a delete request and send a customer token. So you can see user is neither a client nor an admin. Then if you send an admin token, the movie will get deleted. If you refresh, that movie is gone. Right, so we are able to authorize the delete request as well. Let's have a quick git commit. This is now done for delete movies API. Right, looks good. And now let's even go for now get movie. If you see get movie, then we don't need any validation because we can fetch every movie and list all the movies. So that is something that we can directly do. So let's just change the status codes only. Let's go to get movie by ID. Let's throw the error. This should be status dot not found. Right, so this is going to help us. And let's remove this. We can handle it here. We can say if error dot error, like if in this catch we are going to get an error object if it is having an err parameter. It's the same thing almost. And we are going to say return res dot status. Status dot error dot code dot json error response body. Otherwise we'll say error response body dot error is equals to error. Let's see if something is left. Looks good. Right, and even for get movies, here we are trying to get all the movies, right? Here also we can do the same thing because we don't need to have authorization set up here. We can say this should be replaced by status dot okay, status dot internal server error. Let's go to fetch movies. We can throw this status dot not found. Okay, cool. Let's go to the controller. Now we don't need this if check. We can just say if error is having an error parameter, then in the response body error parameter, we are going to set this parameter, and we are going to say return res.status status dot sorry error.code.json error response body. This also looks good, I believe. Let's try to get all the movies. It should be a get request. We don't need any authentication or something. You can see we are getting all the movies, so things are working fine, I believe. So we can say codes for get movies, get push origin. So we have successfully implemented authorization and authentication, like we added the middlewares for getting the movies and deleting a movie. So we are making good progress in the app. In the further set of parts, we are going to also target the update movie API. That is also going to help us to complete the movie CRUD. Till now, we have completed our authentication and authorization for deletion of the movie, getting the movies, and creation of the movie. Only one route left is updating the movies. So let's just go forward with that as well. So now we have these two requests for movies. So first of all, let's authenticate them. So auth middlewares dot is authenticated, right? And then we can say auth middlewares dot is admin or client, right? These two calls are going to be the one that are going to protect us from any unauthorized access or unauthenticated access. We are going to do the same for the patch request as well. Both of them are same because they call the same controller function. Auth middlewares dot is authenticated and auth middlewares dot is admin or client, right? So technically we have added the protection for the routes. Let's just go to the controller. In the controller we have the service call. So let's just handle the service call. Here we should actually throw the error, and this should be status dot unprocessable entity, right? This should be the error code. And in the controller we now don't need this if check. We can have status dot okay, and this should be status dot internal server error, right? And apart from this, what we can do is we can say if let's make it error, and we can say if the error is having an error property, that means we have returned something from the service layer as an error. We can say error response body dot error is equals to error dot error, and we can say return res dot status. We can say error dot code dot json error response body, right? This should be something that we will handle. And let's just try to update the movie now. So we'll have a patch request for the movies. Let's have this movie. So we'll send the ID. In the body, let's say let's update the name. So name will be it with some exclamation marks. Let's don't send anything and send the request. You can see no token provided. If you are going to send a customer token, okay, it says token expired. If you'll send a client token, it will also say token expired because we need to sign in again. So let's just do a quick sign in. So this is for admin token, and we got the admin token here. Let's paste the admin token, right? Let's sign in for customer also. We got a customer token. and let's sign in for client also. We got a client token. Now if we will send the request for updating the movie, right, it should be a patch request, and if you send it, now you're able to successfully update the movie. If you will change the token to a customer token, you'll say user is neither a client nor an admin. So this is also done. So let's just quickly commit this. Added codes for update movie API, and we have pushed it as well, right? So this is quite a progress that we have made. Both the movie CRUD and the theater CRUD is done, right? Let's just have a quick look in this. Okay, things are looking fine. One more thing that we should do is we should go to the movie middlewares. In the movie middlewares also we are using hard-coded request object. Let's just avoid that. So we can say const status is equals to require utils / constants, and now everywhere we can do status dot bad request. Here as well. Okay, so we have changed these as well, looks fine. And let's have a quick commit here. For middlewares of movies API, let's push it as well, and things are done. So we are making slow and steady progress in formatting the code well, right? This was all for the movie middleware and the movie resource. In the later set of parts, we are also going to make changes to the routes which are connected for both theaters and movies. Now we are into our final stage of protecting our APIs with authentication and authorization. The last thing that we need to do is we need to protect these APIs, which is updating movies in a theater, right? And getting movies and checking movies. These three APIs we have to protect. So what we can do is we can go to theater routes, and here you can see get movies, check movies, right? So if you want to get a movie of a particular theater, that should not be protected at all, right? And even this thing as well, that in a particular theater what movies are there. Any user who is even not even logged in can access these APIs. So this part is good. Then go to theater controller, and let's first of all handle the error codes. This should be status.ok, status.internal server error. We can go to the service, right? And let's see, we can throw this error from here. Status.not found. Okay, and let's even update this. Status.not found. Cool. Let's even have this one updated. Status.not found. So we updated all the service layer things. Let's go to controller back. Now we don't need this, and we can just come here and we can say if the error object is having an error parameter, we can say error response body dot error is equals to error dot error, and then we can say return res dot status error dot code dot json error response body. Okay, this looks good, and we can just handle this in get movies also. So let's make it status dot okay, status dot internal server error. We can just copy this bit of code and paste here. We can remove this. Same thing for check movie. Cool. Let's just paste this bit of code here as well. We now don't need this piece of code, and we are done with this as well. Let's just quickly commit this. Updated movie theater combined APIs with error codes, and we have pushed the code as well, right? So overall, we have added authentication and authorization to all of the APIs. We have handled the errors in a better way as well. We have updated the hard-coded status codes with a proper JSON that we are extracting from the constants file. So we make absolutely good progress, and whatever we have done till now is in the best shape possible. In the further upcoming set of parts, we are going to start working on booking. We are going to see the booking resource, and we are going to see how bookings can be done in our application. So now we are going to talk about what are the new features that we are going to build up in our application. From now onwards, we are going to focus things around bookings and transactions, right? We are going to build up the feature so that the user can book a new movie and they can make a payment for that, right? So what we are going to do, we are going to set up model schema. We are going to set up model schema for booking and transaction, right? We are going to set up a complete schema for that. Then we are going to set up authenticated APIs, for allowing only authenticated customers to perform booking, right? So we're going to set up the models for booking. We'll see what are the properties and all we are going to set up, and then whatever APIs we are going to build up, they are going to be authenticated APIs. Like protection will be there for authentication. We don't want any user who is not logged into our application, or who is not known to our application and who is not logged into a current session should be able to make a booking, because we don't want to make anonymous bookings, right? There must be an ability to cancel the booking, right? If the user has made a booking, they must be able to cancel it as well, right? And there should be ability to make payment, right? We're not going to integrate an end-to-end payment gateway for now, but we are going to definitely mimic a mechanism so that we are setting up a payment model as well, and like transaction model or payment model something, so that we can see which user has completed a payment, and then only confirm their booking, and so on and so forth. So these are going to be the set of features that we are going to focus from now, right? These features are going to be solely like completing the kind of end-to-end features of our movie booking application. After this, not much features are going to be left. We will be left with some I would say notification service and all, so that user can get some notifications. But overall, these booking and transaction models and their corresponding APIs are something that are going to help us.